coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is April 26th. It's currently 2:32 p.m. We are exactly right on time, and I'm happy for each and every one of you who are joining us, whether you're new or old. I appreciate that you're taking some time to join us today. There is a lot to talk about, especially the still breaking news about the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, members of the Trump administration at the White House Correspondent Dinner in Washington, D.C. last night. News started coming out about 9:30 and then continued throughout the night. We've learned a lot of details, but there's still a lot of questions that need to be asked about that, and we will ask some of those questions on how did this happen and what is the consequence of yet another leftist political violence. We have to talk about that. Our nation needs to have a serious conversation about this. It's happening too often, and we need to end this as soon as we can. But before we get to that, and that is going to be a big part of the conversation today, there's also a couple of other major issues. What's going on with Iran? What's going on in California with the hospice fraud? We now have some new information about that. Let's take a look at what's been happening in New York. We're going to be looking at what's happening around the world. We're going to be looking at a lot of different subjects because as much as the attempted assassination, which is the third time that someone has tried to assassinate Trump and or officials in the Trump administration, there's more going on than just that. We should not lose sight of things like what happened with Ilhan Omar and the Southern Poverty Law Center and many other factors that are affecting our lives every single day. Now, throughout this entire conversation, please remember, you can always reach out to me and leave a comment. We are looking forward to, this is a conversation with you, not without you. And again, this is a conversation. So you can always reach out on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, all the different social media, and you can reach us and let us know what you think about all the issues we're talking about. And if there's something that we're missing, whether it be breaking news during the show or anything else, I'm always open to hear your voice. If you want to help the program, please do a super chat or a Rumble rant. It makes a big difference. It helps keep the lights on, helps to keep me eat some food and take care of my 15-year-old dog. So you can do a Rumble rant or a YouTube super chat, and that will be helpful as well. That being said, let's kind of walk into this here because there's a lot to go over today. I'm going to start off with something, though, as commonly, there's not really breaking news other than what we see happening with Trump. I'm going to go over to the international right away. And I want to start off with something that I think is important. And a lot of people are not talking about this in America, and we should be. We really should be, because this is potentially the future of America under a more progressive socialist ideology. This is the path that the ever left-leaning march that we see many in the news media and entertainment and, of course, in politics that they want us to go on. They want to emulate a lot of the actions that are happening in the EU, even as the EU, England, are falling apart. The very same progressive socialist ideas that they are promoting are destroying their societies at the foundation. And yet, the leftists here in the United States look at what's happening in Europe and say, hey, I want to copy that. It's very much like Zoran Mandami, the mayor of New York City. Well, his free grocery store idea is something that's been repeated around the world multiple times. It has never been a success. And every time that it has been attempted, it has failed. Most recently, Kansas City. And so with that knowledge, that every time it has been tried, every time, no matter how much money has been spent on it, it always leads to abject failure and a loss of tens of millions of dollars. Well, he's doing it again anyway, because a leftist idea is never dead. It always will succeed if it has enough of your money, if it has enough time. If you just keep doing it, eventually it will work, or at least that's the logic that the left works off of, even though all evidence around the world through the history of mankind says they're wrong. And this is what we're seeing now. So be forewarned here, because this is an article coming from The Independent in the United Kingdom. And what we see is that as of 2008, if you were born after 2008, you no longer have all of your rights or freedoms in the United Kingdom. Now, there are severe restrictions in freedom in the United Kingdom as compared to the United States. And actually, the United States, compared to any country in the world, there are severe restrictions in your freedom. No other country has the same level and amount of freedoms that the United States enjoys every single day and takes for granted. But in the United Kingdom, where they do restrict and punish people based on what they say, or for if you use the wrong word, the wrong pronoun, you can go to jail. You can be fined thousands, tens of thousands of pounds for just naming someone. We've covered it before, where a 16-year-old, 17-year-old autistic girl who was drunk was called a police officer. Well, she didn't even call her. She just mentioned that a police officer looked like her grandmother or her aunt, who happened to be a lesbian. And she said that, you look like my lesbian grandmother. And that girl was arrested. A drunk autistic teenager was arrested. That would never happen in the United States. But there are many on the left that would like it to be something you could be arrested for. So in that same vein, what is happening in restricting freedoms is something being imported into America. And this is the culmination. This is one of the things on that path. In the United Kingdom, you won't be able to smoke cigarettes if you were born after 2008. They have a time limit, a cutoff. Essentially, it's prohibition. Just like what was tried here in the United States and failed, England is doing now, except not with alcohol. They're doing with cigarettes and nicotine. That seems pretty odd. And more importantly, it's a violation of individual rights. The state, the government of the United Kingdom has made a decision that its individual citizens don't necessarily agree with. Now, mind you, if you're a smoker now and you're in the United Kingdom, you can continue to smoke. They're just going to make it harder and more expensive to be able to smoke cigarettes if you choose to. They're going to make it a ultra luxury item with insane taxes to punish you for making an individual life choice. That doesn't really make any sense. And for the future generations, they've banned this outright. It is no longer an option. It's no longer a choice that you get to make for yourself. It is no longer an option. It is actually a crime because the state said so. That should terrify people. And there's a lot of people over in the United Kingdom that are very much upset about this. Because if the government can tell you what you can and cannot do in your life, even down to something as simple as whether or not you can have a cigarette, well, the government can control everything that you do. They can control what you eat, how you dress, where you live. This works in conjunction with the movement towards 15-minute cities, which is just a prison sentence. It falls in line with the restrictions on what you can say, which is literally putting your mind into a jail. It is restricting the freedom to think, of which being able to speak is the consequence of your thoughts internally. This is the control of your body and your mind. And this is an example we're seeing right now. And we see the left are applauding this. They're the ones who are behind this. They want this to happen, and they want it to happen in America. And they will say, as always, this is good for you. This is to help you. Smoking is bad, unless you're smoking marijuana, which they like. And you can smoke marijuana because it's a drug. It alters the state of your mind, and you are more docile and more controllable when you're addicted to drugs. So you can have all the drugs you want, but you can't have nicotine. You can't have cigarettes, because that's not a drug that would prevent you, that would make you more docile. It doesn't help them control your life. So that has to go out. But if you want marijuana, they'll make sure that you can have it readily available every day of your life as long as you remain docile and compliant. They'll fill up stores and the state will sell it directly to you to make sure that you are docile, compliant, and too addled in your mind to be able to complain. That they're happy to give you. And we see that here in the United States. You look at California and their drug dispensaries. We see it here in New York, where we have our drug dispensaries guaranteed and promoted by the government for their elite donors to benefit from. You and I can't grow marijuana farm. No. But a corporation that donates tens of millions of dollars towards certain political factions, the Democrats, the left, they get to have all the licenses and they get to make all the profit off of selling marijuana and enslaving an entire generation of people. That, oh yeah, that's okay in New York. But smoking cigarettes? Remember, we almost made this step back in the 90s when New York, under Bloomberg, said, hey, you can't have salt on your table. You go out to a restaurant, you order food, and you, as a grown adult, do not get the choice to have salt that you can add to your food. The state, under Bloomberg in New York City, made the decision for you and said, no, you can't have that salt. You can't flavor your food the way that you want it, even though you are paying for it. And it's for your pleasure. That's an invasion of your individual freedoms. At the same time, New York City said, hey, you can't smoke. And then followed by New York State under Andrew Cuomo said, you can't smoke outside. You can't go to a bar and have a cigarette. You can't go to a restaurant and have a cigarette. They didn't give the choice to the business owners and said, well, you must declare your business is either no smoking or smoking allowed, and make that public and put out a sign and say, well, smoking is allowed here, but the business right next door says smoking is not allowed. And you, as the consumer, as an adult, as an individual with free choice, you can decide which business you want to supply your funds to, that you want to pay them for their services. If you want to go into the bar where smoking is not allowed, you have that right. But if you want to be in a bar where smoking is allowed, you have that choice. That should have been the answer. That is the logical, free way to think of this, that respects individuals and their individual choices. But the government made the choice for us. Now, that's not going as far as what England has done. Again, if they said your business has to make a choice, either you allow smoking or you don't, they could have made that decision and let the public make the choice. But they don't trust the public. They want to control the public. And this is yet another small way where the government gets to remind you, puts it subliminally in your mind, that you are only as free as the government allows you to be. And that's insulting. And it's dangerous. Because if you realize and recognize that you can only do what the government allows, the government then has the power to do anything that they want. And that's true not only in a first world nation like England, that's true in the United States. That's true here too. And we are slowly inching forward, and actually not even inching, we are taking leaps and bounds towards what we are seeing in England right now. And what has been the result of all of these actions to restrict people's thoughts, their speech, their actions, and their lifestyle. England is in the middle of nationwide riots. They are falling apart. The people do not trust their government with good reason. They do not trust the capability of leadership under Keir Starmer and the left to be able to guide their nation successfully. They are battling with each other and legal migrants as well as illegal migrants that have come into the country. There is more strife and less safety and security in England today than at any time since, well, easily in my lifetime. This is a warning for the United States. This is something that, I mean, you can read the entire article for yourself. You can look it over for yourself. And this includes vaping, by the way. I know there's some people, well, I don't smoke. I vape. And vaping, that's just water vapor. That's gone too. Again, you don't have the choice. It isn't an option. The government has said it is so, and you must comply. That's what's happening in England. You will see that throughout the European Union. And guess what? It's not long before you will hear the very same leftists like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Adam Schiff. You will hear them say here in the United States, even, and some are already doing so, smoking is bad for you. So the government's going to take care of your health care. The government is going to protect your health. They'll make the choice for you by denying you a choice at all. And if they can deny any individual choice, then they can deny every individual choice. And you, in that moment, become a slave. This is modern slavery. And I'm not talking about the chattel slavery that we do see happening around the world, because chattel slavery does exist. There's at least 40 million slaves in the world at this time. More slaves today than at any time in the history of the world. Most of it's coming out of Africa. We see it throughout the Middle East. It is in the United States. We call it human trafficking because it's easier for the elitist progressive left to go to sleep at night talking about human trafficking rather than mentioning slavery, because slavery has been isolated. Again, this is a mental prison. If you say slavery, well, you must mean 1860s America. You have to mean the Civil War. You have to mean that era some 200 years ago. You cannot be talking about today. Obviously, it doesn't exist anymore, except it does. We know this from Tren de Aragua, one of the biggest cartels that specialize in human trafficking. That's one form of slavery, but then there's the government form of slavery. A slavery that is economic, and it is mental, and it is ingrained in the way our laws are enforced on us, denying us one freedom after another, making the cage smaller and smaller, and all the while telling you, this is for you. This is the good thing that we're doing. This is to help you. More people should be aware of this, and they don't. They're not. It's terrifying, and I need to bring that up because no one else in America is talking about this. There is no other news program. As far as I know, there is no other podcast. There is nobody, no political commentator who is talking about this is our potential future if we do not make a change now. If we do not stand up for our rights and our freedoms, if we do not acknowledge and tell the government explicitly, you don't have the right to control my individual choices. And if you think, well, Mike, you misunderstand, that's not going to happen in America at all. Did you not listen to Zoran Mandami after the election? Once he gained power, and only after he gained power in November 2024, that's when he told you the truth. And he said there is no problem too big or too small for government to be involved. It was only after he won the election that the mainstream news media that wants you to vote left, that wants you to be on a path that leads to you losing all individual rights, only then did anyone investigate and say, hey, every single policy of Zoran Mandami is about a bigger, stronger, more invasive government, not less. And we have seen this duplicated in Baltimore, in Minnesota. We've seen this in LA and in Portland, in Seattle, in all of the bluer than blue strongholds, Chicago and Boston, Austin. We've seen this every single time. They're moving more and more to the left, more and more big government with big government control. You're forewarned. Share this with people, tell people, because no one else is going to do it. And by the time someone does, it will be too late. It will be after the fact, not ahead of it. And so you will suffer. Let me move on. And by the way, if you disagree with me, if you think, Mike, no, smoking ban, we have to ban smoking. It's just bad. It's horrible for you. It's a health issue, and the government has the right. Matter of fact, before I even go further, for all those people who are going to tell me in the comments after the show, and they'll say, well, Mike, you don't understand, because they always start with, you just don't understand that smoking is bad for you. This is a health issue. So the government's doing something good for you. First of all, it's my choice. It's, as the left would say, it's my body. It's my choice. The government doesn't get to tell me whether or not I can or cannot smoke a cigarette. Now, they've informed me of the negatives that they believe are accurate, even though much of the information about smoking is misinformation. We hear quotes all the time about studies that have already been debunked decades ago, but the left will continue to quote those same incorrect data points, and they will expand them and make them bigger and bigger. It's like a game of telephone. But yeah, smoking isn't necessarily the healthiest thing for anyone to do. Then again, living in a city filled with cars, which cars emit methane and they emit carbon dioxide. That's not good for you either. There's a lot of things that aren't good for you. You have a choice, and that's an individual choice. The government doesn't get to make choices for me. And by the way, very often, the government is wrong about most of the things they decide. Do you remember when you had to wear 3 masks? That we actually had individuals like Anthony Fauci who were coming onto national news and saying, you must wear 2 or 3 masks at the same time, even though that was a documented, medically verified health hazard for a lot of people. Oh, but the government said so. But the data, the proof was that the government was wrong. They said you're going to get an injection, a jab. That was required. And in New York State, Kathy Hochul fired 11,000 doctors and nurses, another 3,000 police officers, actually more, police officers and firemen, which made people, the average person, more at risk of life-threatening events because there were less doctors, less nurses, less police, less firemen. And they did that because, well, the government said you have to take this injection, which was completely and is completely experimental. No one knows what the long-term effects are. They promised you. Joe Biden came on in December 2020, December 2021, came out and said, hey, this experimental drug, don't worry, you have to take it or you're the bad guy. It has no side effects at all. That's what Joe Biden said on national TV. No side effects, and it works perfectly. It will prevent you from getting sick. Those were all lies. And by the way, the pharmaceutical companies knew they were lies. The pharmaceutical companies told the U.S. government, told the Biden administration, that's a lie. It doesn't do any of that. You still can get sick. You can still transmit the sickness. We have no idea what the drug, the medication will do. They have no idea what the side effects were. They admitted that in Europe during the commissions, the WHO and I think it was Pfizer admitted in court, nope, none of those things that people were claiming, none of the things that Joe Biden said were true. They were lies. And you want to trust that same government that will lie to you, that has absolute data confirming that what they are telling the public is wrong, and you want to trust them with your health care and every decision? You're going to tell me, but Mike, smoking is bad. Maybe. Okay. But do I trust the government to give me a better alternative, to take away my options? I do not. But that's me. Hang on a second. We got a comment here. And thank you. Hal has come up with the first comment for the day today. Come on. Where is it? Why is my computer acting up? There it is. And Hal says, with all the news that is happening, I tune in and you're talking about COVID. Actually, yes. And I'm talking about it in reference to what I first started talking about, which is about smoking bans, which is about individual rights and freedoms being curtailed by the government. You missed that, Hal, and that's okay. But yes, this is a part of the example and part of the path of that moving further left, more progressive and socialist control leads us to less individual freedom. And yes, COVID is one of the examples of that everyone around the world experienced and they're familiar with. So yeah, I am talking about that. And yes, I will talk about other things as I put into the chat. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we're going to get to the other issues, but we shouldn't let some of the things that happened with Donald Trump and the shooting, the issues about what's happening with Iran, we can't let that overshadow. There are other things happening. And in fact, because there's so much attention on what's happening with Trump, what's happening with the Middle East, that often people don't notice these other issues that are just as important and in fact will affect your life just as much, if not even more so. And they're hidden because we're distracted from seeing it. And just because no one else is talking about it doesn't mean I'm wrong. When I tell people that you need to start stockpiling food now because it is too late, the world has missed the growing season for corn, one of the key essential crops for our entire food ecosystem. We will have between 10 to 15% less food in the world in 2026, which will affect food prices at the end of this year and going into next year because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. It has been closed too long during the growing season. And so that will affect people going forward. Guess what? No one else is talking about that in the news media. I am. And if you're listening to me and you're buying 10% more food, long-lasting foods, canned foods, pickling foods yourself, growing food in your backyard or windowsill, if you're stockpiling rice and grain, you're going to be okay. You will save money. But no one else is talking about it. Should I not talk about that just because there's other things happening in the news? No, I talk about it because it's important. And just because no one else wants to tell you yet doesn't mean that you shouldn't know. So, yeah, was I talking about COVID? I was. Was there a reason why I was talking about it? Absolutely. And is that relevant to what's happening today? 1,000%. But thank you for keeping me on my toes. I don't mind if you have a question, but I hope I answered it. Now, let me go on. If anyone disagrees with me, not a problem. Not a problem. Let's have that conversation. I don't mind. I don't mind. By the way, if you're not familiar, folks, Hal is a long-term viewer of this show. I'm not mad at Hal at all. I'm happy that Hal asked me a question. I look forward to the questions. Let's go forward. So I was going on at that moment, and I wanted to address also Iran, because obviously the Iran war is a major factor. Like I was saying, the Strait of Hormuz being closed is leading to the additional food crisis the world is facing. And to be even more complete and exact, as we have been saying since 2022, February of 2022, there is a global food crisis. There is 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. That's because of the Ukraine-Russia war. That is a fact. There is less fertilizer. There is less food being produced. And that has led to a 30% drop. Now, in the first world nations like the United States or Europe, you may not feel that as much. But in second and third world nations, they feel it a lot more. People are starving in the world because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's a fact. But added onto that 30% is an additional 10 to 15% based on my estimate, looking at the data as I presented 2 weeks ago. What we're looking at is an additional 10 to 15% being of less food being available in the world, which will have an effect on first world nations all the way down to third world nations. Everyone is going to feel this crunch. So that's why the Strait of Hormuz is very important, and news about that is very important. And what is the latest news? Yesterday, Saturday, the Iranian government turned away. There were ceasefire talks scheduled for Monday going forward. The first initial round of ceasefire talks and peace talks ended with nothing. Neither side budged. No one could move forward. Although there was an initial agreement to open the Strait of Hormuz, which has been open and closed back and forth, which led to Russian and Pakistani and Iranian fuel tankers being blockaded to prevent them from having an advantage that the rest of the world did not have. So that China, which is deeply involved in the negotiations, deeply invested on whether or not Iran continues to maintain the Ayatollah and the IRGC, they're deeply involved in the talks, and they want to give Iran as much of an advantage as they can. The blockade prevents them from having all of the leverage, which would then affect Southeast Asia, as we've talked about before. They need the fuel for their navy, which they are in the process of doubling its size. That puts pressure on Taiwan, on Japan, on South Korea, the Philippines, Australia, all feel the impact. So that's why we have a blockade, to prevent the advantage to China and therefore affecting Southeast Asia and creating a regional war there in 2028. So what happened? Iran did not see the United States budging from its primary concerns. 1, no nuclear weapons. 2, no nuclear development. 3, turning in all of there's uranium has been enriched in Iran to 60%, which is a heartbeat away from having nuclear material that can be used for a nuclear bomb. Besides the fact that the enriched material at 60% can be used in a dirty bomb, which is less effective, but it will kill people by radiation sickness rather than by explosion and or the impact of a nuclear bomb. So the United States wants Iran to give up all that 60% enriched uranium, which is not useful for nuclear power. It's not for them maintaining their energy for their country. That is purely weapons, an attempt at a weaponizable material. And so those are 3 conditions, the 4th one being opening up the Strait of Hormuz. No, Iran does not get to have a toll. No one gets to pay them. It goes back to being what has been traditional for most waterways that are required and necessary for the world. You don't pay to travel through the Indian Ocean or the Red Sea. You don't pay to travel the Atlantic or the Pacific. You do pay to go through the Panama Canal because that is an artificial construct built to shortcut going around the South Atlantic. That's different. The Strait of Hormuz is natural, not man-made. And we can't build 1, because of time, but 2, because of engineering. We cannot build a Panama Canal type of route across Oman and the United Arab Emirates to circumvent the Strait of Hormuz. We would love to do that. That would be fantastic. There's a mountain range there. We can't do it. It is, in terms of engineering, in terms of science, it is impossible to build, nor could it be done in a year's time. It cannot be done short term, even if we were to attempt it, so it doesn't resolve the situation. Iran refused all of those conditions in totality. They didn't even negotiate about them. It was, you have to throw all those things out. The United States will not. So Iran walked away, and the United States said, well, if they're not here and they're not willing to talk to us, we're not going. And Donald Trump and the American coalition who were going in, including Steve Witkoff, said, we're done. We're not going in. We're not going to have the conversation if they're not in good faith going to have a conversation. As soon as Trump said that, Iran, their foreign minister, ran back to the negotiation table. They ran back to Pakistan and said, no, we're here. We're going to talk. We will do it. Iran is playing politics. which is the only weapon that Iran effectively has against the United States. They're trying to make Donald Trump look bad. They're trying to put pressure on Republicans in terms of fuel prices increasing, energy costs increasing, and of course, the threat of less food in the world. They're using that as a threat against the United States and the rest of the world to put pressure on Republicans to force Donald Trump to bend the knee. That's what they want to see happen. And they're trying to do everything to make Donald Trump, the United States, look like bad guys, so that when the media reports, well, the United States is out of the talks, we canceled sending people to the talks, Iran can say, well, we have someone who's there. The Iranian foreign minister, he showed up. No, he showed up now, after they first ran away, after they first refused to have any conversation. Then when the United States complied with their wishes and said, well, the talks are off, then Iran went back, so that the news media in America and in many nations that don't like Donald Trump, they have TDS, so they could report to you that it's Donald Trump, the Republicans in MAGA, they just don't want to negotiate, which is a lie, which is a manipulation of you. It is a political weapon being wielded against America for the benefit of Iran and terrorism. And China is happy to see it happen. Not a lot of people have thought of it that way. Not a lot of people have heard it and spoken about it in that manner. And yet, that is exactly what is happening. And that's what we're seeing here. Iran's top diplomat returns to Pakistan, but Trump says the sides can talk by phone. Donald Trump is tired of sending people to get nothing accomplished because Iran isn't serious about having the conversation. They're trying to just look. Iran is doing the barest minimum so that they can have the pretense that they are having talks while the pressure builds, and hopefully they will see, and they're hoping that Donald Trump will fold like Joe Biden. Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris administration, were dominated by one political ideology. Their goal in every action that the Biden-Harris administration did was to win the next election. They were worried about winning the next election for Democrats locally, regionally, across the country, midterms. That was everything. Every policy of the Biden-Harris administration was geared towards one thing: get Democrats to win. That's it. Donald Trump isn't living off of that same policy. He doesn't care, quite honestly. I believe that he doesn't care whether Republicans win or not, because he's not going to get reelected. This isn't about him being in power. It's about achieving a long-term goal, not the short-term win the next election and get temporary power and kick the can down the road. It is about real, lasting change in America. And that takes time. It takes political will, and it takes the willingness to lose any one given election. But Iran knows that America has been trained to look at the next election. What happened next week? What's happening? What's the next thing that's happening? And that's supposed to be the only thing you're concerned with. And that's the battle that's actually going on right now. We have a very active war going on. It's just not a physical war. It's not even an economic war. It is a political war. And that is important to understand here. We do have a comment here, and this is from Clinny518. Hello, Clinny. I'm not familiar with your comment, your name. Thank you for joining the channel. You seem to be new. Clinny says, what I see is a social experiment, time and time again. How much can, quote, they, end quote, take? How much can we take away without people noticing, because we are so busy trying to work and pay taxes, it's a long con. Kind of. Yes, I can see how you would say that. And that's kind of accurate in a certain way. There is that aspect in the politics that are going on right now. Absolutely. There is a long con. And like I said, there are those who are trying to focus you. The mainstream media, which is 80% left-wing activists, in my opinion, but definitely 80% of every newsroom in America is aligned with the left or some degree of leftist ideology. That's a fact. That's been studied, polls, surveys. We know this. And they have an agenda. They want everyone else to comply with their leftist ideology. Call it indoctrination. I often do. And that indoctrination, that push ever to the left, is a con game. It uses con games, confidence games, to try and convince people of these short-term goals being more important than the long-term gains that are potentially available to us. They want you to be worried about the next election and not whether or not America is self-sufficient. They want you to worry about what the price of oil is today and not, well, if we remove the greatest sponsor of terror in the world, prices of oil will go down because it will be less expensive to travel the world. And everyone will benefit. Every nation will be safer. Every nation will be able to trade a little more freely. And you will have a larger benefit long term than the short term. I went to the pump yesterday and the price of gasoline is higher than it was in 2025, but lower than what it was under the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. They're counting on you having a short-term memory and not remembering what's been going on and what the goal is in the future, because the news media hides the essential facts from you. I don't. You may disagree with them, but I give you the facts and I tell you what my conclusion is. You may disagree. That's okay. So I hope that answers your question, Clinny. If it did not, please ask me to clarify or ask me another question. I'll be happy to answer your question. So I think it's important to understand how we see what is happening with Iran right now, how it is affecting the rest of the world. Iran knows they cannot win. They cannot beat the United States militarily. They cannot beat the United States morally. They can't even guarantee to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. So their only option at this point, even economically, Iran is losing far more money than it's costing the United States or any other first world nation. So even economically, Iran cannot win. Their only way of winning is to go politically. And their best ally are Democrats. Democrats will capitulate. We saw that with Obama. We see that with the Biden-Harris administration. We hear that from individuals like Adam Schiff and Gavin Newsom. We hear that from Gretchen Whitmer. We hear that from Ilhan Omar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mandami. They have all indicated they want to capitulate. The main body of the Democratic leadership want to capitulate. They want to leave Iran with the Ayatollah in charge, with the IRGC committing global terrorism, and they even want to fund that global terrorism, just like Obama did in 2016, which is a fact, as stated by then Secretary of State John Kerry on CNBC on January 21st, 2016. I'm giving you the station, the date, and who said it. You can look it up for yourself. That is a fact. So yeah, that's the nature of the war at this moment. And many people will tell you it's something completely different. That is the war. It is a political war. We'll see if that works. Now, Moving on a little bit further from that. Again, if you disagree, if you think I've missed something, let me know. I wanted to talk about, oops, where did I go? Hang on, I lost, okay. Ilhan Omar. So we've been talking a little bit about what's happening internationally. We've talked a little bit about what's going on with England. We're talking a little bit about the war, and we can talk more about it. If you have questions, I'll be happy to talk more about it. But I think I've covered that in a pretty good nutshell at this moment. But some of you may or may not have seen one of the short videos I did just a few days ago. This week, we've been hearing about, whoops, wrong thing. Got the wrong one. Hang on. There we go. So earlier this week, we found out that Ilhan Omar lied to the public, to the IRS, to the government. And this is something pretty significant. In the space of the last 2 years, she went from a net worth in the tens of thousands to becoming a multi-millionaire to becoming impoverished, which is strange because nothing changed in her life. Ilhan Omar did not pay off her student loans. She didn't suddenly lose her job. She's still in Congress. Her husband still has his businesses. But suddenly their income increased exponentially and then shrank exponentially. And the answer that we got for that was, well, it was just an accounting error. I think I covered it pretty well here, and I'm going to play this for you. You tell me if you agree with what I said this week. Now, I think everyone's heard about Ilhan Omar and her bouncing net worth. She went from 2019 from being basically in debt to 2025. She had a net worth of about $30 million, 6 to 30, depends on how you want to count it. Okay, that's an incredible increase, and yeah, that sounds corrupt. So she went on, Charlemagne the God said, nope, it's all wrong, you just don't understand, because leftists always say you just don't understand. And she says it's all wrong. Now she came out with a new. She also happened to throw her accountant and her husband's accountants under a bus and blamed it all on the accountants. The accountants did it. It's not real. It was all wrong. She signed a dotted line, but it's just the accountant's fault. It has nothing to do with her. She's innocent. That's what she said to Charlemagne. But let's go on. New number, now that she's getting investigated. And she says it's 95,000. It was an accounting error. An accounting error last year in May that she signed a dotted line. She signed and said this is true when she filed her taxes with the IRS. And she didn't get audited on the incredibly massive increase in her net worth that you and I would have got, because red flag, something's wrong with that kind of increase. You know for a fact, if your income instantly increased by 100 times, that the IRS, and again, 100 times, she's saying her net worth is $95,000, and according to her accountants, it's closer to about 9.5 million, and the IRS wants their money, and yet she is not. If your income increased by 100 times, not 100%, not a double, 100 times, and you're not paying taxes on that like you should be, the IRS is going to say, wait a minute, what changed in your life in 1 year? How did you do that? That sounds corrupt. That sounds criminal. And they would investigate you. You know for a fact there would be an audit on you that next year. The same year that you filed that, you would be audited. They would be looking through all of your finances with a fine-tooth comb. But Ilhan Omar, no one blinked. No one cared. No one asked a question until the Trump administration. Under the Biden administration, Perfectly fine. They let it go. Went water under a bridge. Okay, let's go on.
But what else did she get? What kind of benefits did she get by being 30 million, 6 million, a multimillionaire? What kind of new credit cards did she get? Business loans, home loans, mortgages, discount rates on her interest that she's paying on everything.
To this moment, this has been 4 days on this news. Not one of the mainstream news media organizations that I have been aware of have said, hey, Ilhan Omar, what about all of the goodies, all of the leverage, all of the benefits that you got from claiming that you were a multimillionaire, separate of the potential of corruption, separate of the IRS taxes, separate of everything else, or the political influence that you may have sold to get that money, separate of all that, you had a benefit, an artificial, illegal benefit bestowed upon her. Every single credit card that she was able to get and the rate on that credit card that she was able to get, every business loan, every student loan, every corporate loan that was even available for her to even negotiate on or to consider, those are things that every other American at $95,000 net worth do not get. She had AAA carte blanche being thrown at her. Banks were begging for a piece of the multi-million net worth to have those assets in their bank account drawing interest. They were begging to get deposits. And she, at 95,000, assuming she told the truth, assuming it's the accountants and she threw them under the bus, she had an unfair advantage, which was illegal. It was fake. And no one has asked her to account for that, to find out how did that affect her and her family, her finances, and what influence that may have caused her to vote one way or another in Congress. No one's asked that question. I think it's vital because they would ask you if you had suddenly 100 times more in your net worth, you would get brand new types of credit cards. You would be offered lower and lower levels of interest. You would have better rates and be approved for buying houses, just to buy a house and to buy bigger houses than you ever possibly could before. You would have leverage that is abnormal for anyone else in the country. You would have an advantage, an artificial criminal advantage. And no one has asked Ilhan Omar about that. Not one member of the press. And I have to wonder, why is that? Let me go on with what I said 4 days ago.
We didn't hear anything about that. But now she says she's worth $95,000, which is an incredible decrease in her net worth, which should also hit new flags on the IRS demanding that she got an audit. If you suddenly said that you had 100 times less net worth and income with the IRS, they would flag you. They would do an audit on you. But Ilhan Omar is a Democrat. She's a leftist. She's an elected official. So it's all okay now. Now it just makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. If people were thinking there was corruption before, I think there's more corruption now. God, it's just crazy.
And you know I'm right. If your income decreased by 100 times, the IRS would say you're trying to hide something. You're trying to hide money, that you're avoiding paying your taxes, that you have done something criminal, and you're either trying to cover up whether it's because of the increase or decrease, you're trying to cover your tracks. They would again audit you. Any American would normally have this happen to them. But Ilhan Omar is an elected Democrat in a bluer than blue state. She's being protected. And that is criminal. That's abuse of power. No matter how you want to look at it, either from the increase or the decrease, the fact that she's being treated differently than every other American is an abuse of power in and of itself, which is criminal. Why is she being treated in this special manner? Why is it that the news media does not react the same way? If a Republican had this, if you or I had this, the news media would be knocking on your door saying, hang on, how did you do that? Well, assuming that you weren't donating purely to Democrats, they would be looking at you with fraud allegations. The public, the news media would be combing into your private life, trying to figure out, what did you do? And you wouldn't be able to say, well, it was an accounting error, because every single news organization would say the same thing I did. When you signed your taxes, there is a statement there, a legal binding statement. I affirm all of the above to be true and correct. And you sign and you date it. That's on every IRS tax form. I don't care what kind of taxes, whether it's a 1040 or you do the long form, it Schedule C, doesn't matter. You sign and attest to, by law, that it is true and accurate. No matter what your accountant said, you said that it's true. You said that it's correct. And I've had a private accountant. Many people have. I used to be a stockbroker. I had a private accountant. And you know what? I would sit down with him and we'd be sipping espressos. And he went over my IRS tax forms every year. Take us an hour or two, sometimes a little bit more. And we'd go through and double check all of the data I would give him, all of the receipts. We would go through every single new loophole that the government had created in filing taxes that I could take advantage of, that I would be able to legally reduce my taxes, because that's what the government allowed me to do. And we would, of course, we wouldn't max everything, because that would give you a red flag. But we get close to maxing every legal allowable discount on our taxes, because that's what the government says. And every business does this. Apple does the same exact thing. So does, every billionaire you know. This is the same thing that's happening with the team of lawyers that work for Bill Gates or Mark Cuban, as Elon Musk. I don't care who, Oprah Winfrey. They all have a team of accountants that do exactly the same thing that my accountant was doing for me. Sitting down, and we would go through, hey, well, the government said you can take this. Let's take that. It's a deduction. The government said it's yours if you want it. I want it. I don't want to pay more in taxes. No one does. As much as the left will tell you that you, the rich, should pay more taxes, they are the rich and they don't pay more taxes. They could. Bernie Sanders, a multimillionaire, could write a check tomorrow for tens of thousands of dollars if he really wanted to, at any second, and donate it to the IRS and say, the government didn't charge me enough in taxes. I will pay more. I will pay my fair share. Bernie Sanders has never paid his fair share. He pays whatever the law will allow him, requires him to do so. He doesn't pay a penny more. Same thing for Ilhan Omar or Anna Presley, AOC, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania. Not one of them will pay an extra penny. In fact, every single Democrat I have just mentioned, every single one of them believe in having higher taxes for the rich. I'll throw in more Zoran Mandami as an addition to that. All of them combined have voluntarily paid less in taxes than I have in my lifetime. And you may ask the question, Mike, what do you mean? I made a voluntary payment, which everyone in America can do. You can just write a check and give it to the IRS and say, I just voluntarily paid extra taxes. Every year, about 1,000 to 10, between 1,000 and 10,000 people every year send an extra check just because to the IRS. Works out being about between $1 to $5 million every year is just voluntary payments by by American citizens to the government. They say, I didn't pay enough in taxes. Let me just pay extra. Think about that. That's between $1 and $5 million from roughly about 1,000 people every year. Not once any of the politicians I mentioned ever have donated. I donated $1. $1. And I have donated voluntarily more money than every Democrat you can name combined. That's a fact. So they can just stop with this pay your fair share. They won't. Why the hell should I? Why should anyone? Because it's not real. It's never been real. And Ilhan Omar is abusing the system. She doesn't get to hide behind, well, it was an accounting error. Who cares? That's your fault. You signed the form. You said it was true. Telling me today, well, no, it wasn't true. Then you're a liar. You perjured yourself. It's called perjury. It is a crime. You go to jail. You lose your seat in Congress and you go to jail. And this is why no one in the news media will talk about this, because between the abuse of power and the fact that she committed multiple acts of perjury, she would lose her seat in Congress. She would be thrown out and she would not be allowed to be in Congress. They would lose political power. And because of that, Ilhan Omar and many other Democrats are being protected. That is unacceptable. In fact, let's see. Clinny518 says, I agree with you 100%. Thank you for your time. Well, thank you, Clinny, for taking time to watch the program. I hope you're finding it interesting. But that's a fact. Now, anyone on the left who wants to argue with me, I'm happy to have this argument. I'm willing to discuss this with you. But the two things you have to accept, I think we have to address first and foremost about anything else. What Ilhan Omar has done is, one, perjury, and two, she has abuse of power. Those two things have happened. That is an absolute fact. It is indisputable. Once we address that, which require criminal penalties, and would cause her to be removed both on the morality clause as well as an ethics issue, she would be removed from Congress. So we start there. Everything after that is whether or not she should be punished more or less is an entirely separate thing that she must be punished. But the news media wants you to vote Democrat. And if they punished Ilhan Omar properly, based on the crimes that she has committed, then you might not vote Democrat. You may not trust other Democrats. If they were to tell you that she's a criminal, you wouldn't trust voting Democrat. So they lie, they hide. Matter of fact, I can't say they lie. They avoid asking the question that they know the answer to. Rather than saying, well, she committed perjury, they won't ask about the perjury. When she says, well, my accountant said so, they never say, but you attested this to be true each time. In fact, when Donald Trump just signed a piece of paper that one of his accountants gave him, he got charged 34 times with a crime that we don't know what the crime was. 34 times. Donald Trump signed one form, said, I attest this to be true. And he was charged 34 times and found to be a criminal. But Ilhan Omar, there's at least 2, maybe 3 documents that she has signed, at least, where she's committed an act of perjury. And she's okay. No one's hauling her in front of a grand jury, though they should. This is insane. And no one's talking about it. It's insane to see the abuse that is being done in front of the American people. Now, what we're seeing is this abuse doesn't end just with her perjury or the abuse of power to get credit cards and to get special treatment that you and I could never have. No, it goes on to it's a cover-up. There's yet another crime apparently happening, which is that now she is closing down all of her businesses. She had somewhere between $6 and $30 million tied up between an LLC corporation, a credit corporation, and a winery. Somewhere between $6 and $30 million. According to her accountant, $7.9 to $9.5 million. That's what she's actually worth, according to her accountant, who she threw under a bus, who is now liable for crimes because the accountant committed fraud. It is a big deal for accountants because they have to show up in court and they have to prove this is how we got that math. If there's an audit, they have to appear. That, and I guarantee you, that guy who's going in, she just threw him under a bus. He's losing his job. The company he worked for is like, we got to get rid of you. You're a liability. The IRS will be pissed at our company and they will investigate every single account that either that one accountant and or the company has ever done to see if they made the same mistake, that they made the same errors systemically in the company. They fired that guy. She's throwing people under a bus. She's getting people to lose their jobs and their livelihoods. No one's talking about that. That is what's happening. But she is now actively committing a cover-up, yet another potential crime, because she's closing down the winery. Suddenly, she's closing it down. She's shutting down her other company, which is the Rose Corporation. And she's closing that down. So all of her businesses that she said she was making tons of money off of, that increased her net worth, gave her all these benefits, yeah, they no longer exist anymore. Where is it? I had it highlighted. Yeah. So right now, she's closed down her St. Croix, which is her winery. She says it's now worth between $15,000 and $50,000. Last year, it was worth about $1 million. And the Rose Lake Capital Company, which she says is worth between $1 and $1,000. Last year, it was valued at about $25 million. It went from $25 million to being worth $1 in 1 year. How did that happen? By the way, it's not just that. Where is it? I have it. Here it is. Alongside the winery, Rose Lake Capital LLC accounted for a significant portion of Ilhan Omar's previously reported wealth. According to her initial disclosure form, which she signed, it's an oath, perjury, Omar derived no income on the asset, which was valued at between $5 million and $25 million. She got no income per se. She says she got no value. What about the value of having better interest rates, lower credit card rates, access to loans that no one else can get? She did derive an asset from it, even if it wasn't a direct cash. So she's lying, but let's go on. Or the 7.9, and according to her accountant, that was the capital. Rose Lake Capital was worth $7.9 million, according to her accountant. In March, the value of the asset has been amended to zero, though the amount of income derived increased. It increased to between $101,000 and $1 million. So wait a minute, she lied. She said, wait a minute, At the start, she says, well, it's worth, let's call it $8 million. It's worth $8 million, but I made no money from it whatsoever. Now she says it's worth $0, but I made, let's call it $250,000 from it. Well, it can't be one or the other. Either you made nothing from it besides the leverage it provided to you, or, and therefore it's worth nothing. If you made nothing from it, if it lost you money, that's one thing, but that's not what you said. You said it's worth something, but you made nothing from it, which is impossible. And now she's saying, well, it's worth nothing, but I made $250,000. There are so many lies that are flying around this at this moment. So many lies. And the left are protecting her. This is, by the way, being reported by Newsweek. This isn't someone on the right. This isn't coming from a right-wing organization. This is reporting from Newsweek. This is neutral, if not left-leaning. Newsweek is probably the most neutral you're going to see. And you're telling me, what? Did Newsweek suddenly become right-wing? They didn't. This is telling you how much criminality is going on, and it's been covered up. In the last 4 days, besides me talking about it, who else is talking about it? In the mainstream news media, are they talking about it? No, they let it go. They reported the news and they dropped it. She came up with the answer. They said, oh, well, this math doesn't make sense. She's corrupt, because the Republicans in Congress said we have to have an investigation. This doesn't make sense. There is a crime. There are several crimes here. She came out and said, no, I fixed it. Oops, sorry. And the left-wing news media said, oh, that's perfectly fine. Listen, she apologized. It's all over. No more problem. She apologized. All done. No, that's not how crimes go. That's not how, you don't get forgiven for crimes like that. This is something we should be talking about, but no one's paying attention to it. It's insulting. It is insulting. You know what's also insulting is what we see in California. Let me bring this up for you. And I know we're getting to the Trump, we're getting to the shooting, the attempted assassination. We'll get there. Building up to it, folks. But I think you should also know what else is not being talked about, because they want to talk about anything but this. This is how they hide these things from you. So we have right now we know over 450 hospices in California alone have been, well, they haven't been shut down. The government shut off, the federal government shut off all their funding. 450 hospices. You would think that if these companies, these hospices, were providing essential care to human beings, they were providing health care, end-of-life care, essential for people to be able to, them and their families, to end their lives with dignity, which is the purpose of a hospice, that there would be a huge uproar from the medical community, from these individuals, these kids and their parents who are screaming about, you just took away the money from my mom who is dying. You would hear headline after headline after headline, or you should be hearing that, of saying, my mom, my dad, my uncle, my son, whomever, they're dying and the federal government took away all my money. And if they had those headlines, if they could make that statement, that the New York Times, the Huffington Post, the Daily Kos, most of the MS Now, CNN, ABC, they would be plastering the news with those headlines saying Trump is killing the elderly. They would love to have that headline, to make that statement, to demonize Donald Trump, MAGA, Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. If they could get away with that, they'd do it in a heartbeat, because it would make people vote Democrat or not vote against Democrats. And either one is good for them. Either you don't vote, as long as Democrats show up, vote Democrat. And as long as the Republicans don't show up, they don't care. And they would love that. So why don't we see those headlines? Why are we not finding out that 450 hospices closed, essentially cut off their funding, stopped being able to do business? Not one person has complained. Not one person out of 450 businesses with God knows how many hundreds of employees, hundreds, if not thousands of families theoretically are being affected. No one is complaining. That doesn't make sense. In thousands of families, thousands of individuals dying, and you're saying that their money got cut off so that they can no longer die with dignity and health care, and no one has a complaint? Are you kidding me? In California? Against Donald Trump? You mean to tell me the bluer than blue state of California that absolutely despised Donald Trump wouldn't complain if he cut off part of their health care, which they consider to be a right? No, that doesn't make any sense, does it? There is no logical way anyone can say, no, that makes perfect sense. It's okay. Now, rather than pointing, and I will point to an article, but I'm starting off here with just the generic. You can go on to Twitter, onto social media, zero complaints. You know who's complaining? Politicians. Democrat politicians are upset that Donald Trump, the Trump administration, the DOJ, have closed down those 450 businesses in California because now they're paying less taxes. Yeah, that's 450 businesses that are paying less in taxes. And that's a problem for LA, predominantly LA, and California in general. So their budgets aren't balancing. They're upset about that. They're worried about their spending. They're not worried about the corruption. And now we know that Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, very much like Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, he knew about the corruption. He knew that these 450 businesses and more were abusing you, that they were taking your taxpayer dollars, that this was a scam against the government taking money out of your pocket, and California knew it, but they didn't care because California was getting tax revenue. They were getting business taxes, and they were getting donations to the various Democrats across the state. They were getting donations to their re-election campaigns. And they knew that if the public found out about this, some of those Democrats, the rank and file Democrats who were being abused, would not vote Democrat. They would have political problems. That Gavin Newsom may not be a 2028 nominee if this was found out, just like Tim Walz. He was, once we found out, he was embarrassed and he is resigning from, he was up for re-election. He canceled that. He basically stepped away from political life once his time in office is up because of the corruption that he directly allowed with the Daycare Somali fraud. And now, oh my God, the number one leading potential nominee for the 2028 presidential election, the big hope for Democrats is Gavin Newsom by far. By far. He leads by at least 10 points on his next closest competitor in the Democratic Party. He is the front runner and probably the winner of the Democratic National Committee's presidential race, nomination race. And now he's going to get kicked out potentially because he allowed massive fraud in his state because his state was desperate for tax money, just like Tim Walz. Democrats are freaking out. They're trying to protect Gavin Newsom as much as they can. And now we found out Gavin Newsom knew since 2022. He has known for 4 years that this corruption was happening. He knew for 4 years that the system was being abused, that the government, the California government, was completely broken, and that they were enabling, funding corruption, crime, abuse, wasting billions in taxpayer dollars. He knew. And not one Democrat, not one left-leaning news media agency called him out. Not one. Now you say, Mike, but that's on Twitter, Mike. That has nothing to do with anything in reality. Well, in fact, it actually isn't just Twitter, because there's actually, believe it or not, there's this article, which is behind a paywall, from the New York Times. The link will be in the description so you can see it for yourself, which is about the California hospices. Came out today. But there's also another one right here. And this is the one I want to go with. So you can go to listen to the New York Times as they try to soften the blow and give as many excuses for Governor Gavin Newsom as they can, because he is the Democrat. He's the leading Democrat nominee for 2028. So they're trying to protect him. But here's the thing. This is from the California government. This is from the state government of California, their own audit, internal audit. As you can see, this is dated March 29th of 2022. This is Gavin Newsom's government. I don't need another source. I don't need the New York Times to tell me, well, Mike, no. You don't understand. He's still a great guy, and you should vote for him as a Democrat for 2028. You should be looking for Gavin Newsom to be the next president of the United States. That's what the New York Times and the Daily Kos and CNBC and MS Now, they're all trying to convince you, no, but he's still a great guy, and this wasn't really his fault, and he really didn't know. This is a document from his own state. This tells him that there would be a rapid increase in the number of hospice agencies with no clear correlation to increased need. They knew the corruption was growing. Excessive geographic clustering of hospices with sometimes dozens of separately licensed agencies located in the same building. Didn't CBS and Nick Shirley show us that? Didn't CBS in particular point out a building with 80 hospices in it, 72 of which had red flags, and they were all still getting paid by the state of California? They knew since 2022, this is a red flag, this is corruption. Unusual long duration of hospice services provided to individual patients. Again, this hospice care are for those who are dying. And in 2022, they knew, hey, these people are living massively longer, almost exponentially longer than anywhere else in the country. That's why when Donald Trump, the Trump administration, DOJ, went in and cut off 450 hospices, no one complained because it was all a scam. And in 2022, Gavin Newsom knew it was going to be. He knew this. Abnormally high rates of still living patients discharged from hospice care. They knew there were too many people. They knew it was a fraud. They knew the reasons and the ways to identify the fraud, and they let it happen anyway. Hospice agencies using possibly stolen identities of medical personnel. On top of all the other crimes, now there's ID theft going on as well. More than enough reason to do an investigation. More than enough reason to clean house. Gavin Newsom had every reason to take care of this in 2022. And he had the excuse he didn't know. He could have said in 2022, Gavin Newsom could have stood up in front of the entire nation and said, I got to clean up my state. I didn't know until I got this report from the state of California, his own government, when they showed him the report and said, here it is. No one had ever done a study before. No one did an audit before. I didn't have evidence. There were rumors, but no one knew. Now I know. And he could have cleaned out California, and he would have looked like a genius. He would have looked like someone who's doing a great job. Look at me. He's cleaning up California. He's getting rid of crime and corruption. He's saving the taxpayers' money. You think that might have played out really great in a 2028 presidential race? You think that he would have been able to stand above his peers and say, look at how great a governor I am. What a great leader I have been because I got rid of all this corruption. He could have done that in 2022. It's 2026. He can't do that. He can't say that. And they have been hiding this from us for 4 years. They have been lying to you for 4 years to protect Gavin Newsom, to protect the Democratic Party, to protect their stranglehold on a bluer than blue state. And the left doesn't want to talk about it. It's just like with Ilhan Omar. Vote blue or don't talk to me. That's what the news media is telling you right now. And many pundits kind of been talking about this story on and off, including myself, but they keep dropping it because there's other news. There's other things to talk about. Well, I want to put it in your face. I'm showing you. And the link to this source, to the state of California's audit, will be in the description at the end of the show. When I'm done, I will put all of that there for you. So you can't tell me, oh, but Mike, you're just being a right-wing conservative. You're just being MAGA. You're Trump lover, Trump or whatever the hell it is you want to call me, whatever it's supposed to mean. This is from Gavin Newsom's government itself. Can't tell me there's a right-wing spin on that. It's from the Democrats in the California government itself. There is no spin. You want to see spin? Go to the New York Times. They will tell you that it's, even though that's true, everything I'm saying is true, they will tell you, don't worry, but you should still vote for Gavin Newsom. He's still a really great guy. They're going to tell you, they'll give you every excuse that you should vote for Gavin Newsom. You should vote for Democrats, even though they have been exposed as being corrupt as hell and wasting your money so that they can get more donations, so that they can run for an elected office, so that they can have power. That pisses me off. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't piss off everyone else. Maybe everyone else is like, oh, Mike, but it's okay. I don't think it's okay. I do not think it's okay. I think this is a massive problem. Someone should talk about it. I am. And if there's anyone on the left, no, Mike, you don't understand. Gavin Newsom's really great. Really? Explain this. No, Mike, you don't understand because Democrats, they're really good on corruption. Really? Because I can point to Minnesota and now California, and I'm almost willing to guarantee, matter of fact, I do guarantee that you could do the same thing in New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, Washington State, Oregon. I guarantee you, if you did it, if you looked for the same factors that happened with the daycares and with the hospice care, you will find that in every single one of the, they're finding it in Ohio and in New Jersey. but I'm supposed to vote for Democrats. No, we should not. No, we should not, especially when we have proof they knew they were lying to us. We have proof that they have been cheating us. No, we should not elect them. But let me move on, because I know we still have to get to Donald Trump. We still got to get to the shooting in D.C. yesterday. And I'm getting there, folks. But we still have another stop to make. What about this? Here's some other news that no one wants to talk to you about, even though they should. How about what's going on with the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC? Now, hang on one second. And please, folks, chime in. Remember, if you want to speak up, I'm willing to hear your voice. Please remember, if you've made it this far into the show, we've been doing this, hour and a half? Please do leave your like, your share, your comments. Please do subscribe. Most of all, subscribe. No one else is telling you this. No one else is taking the time to have this conversation with you. The news media want to put up a headline and move on to the next thing. They want to gloss over all of this. And whether you agree with me or not, we should have these conversations on each and every one of these subjects. And the only place that's really letting you have these conversations, right here. You're not getting these conversations. You don't have the freedom to comment and to live have a discussion on this. So if there's someone on the left, if there's a left-leaning politician out there that says, Mike, you just don't understand, as they always do, and they want to actually explain why, I will give them up. We can do this show for 12 hours. I've done 12-hour shows, no commercials. I'll give them as much time as they need to explain to me, Mike, you just don't understand how great Gavin Newsom is, how masterful Tim Walz is. Please, let's go through this. And let's also talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC. Let's talk about them too. See, here's the thing. I'm old enough to know racism that was across this country, that was accepted. I was alive then. And then I saw the change. And then I saw it change again. I'm 58. In the 1970s, we had racism in America. There was actual racism. And I know generations now, it's so racist. Everything's racism. If I look out the window, it's just racism. I turn on the TV, it's racism. There's racism everywhere. No, it's not. You guys are over exaggerating everything. I'm not saying that there is no racism in the world. There is. You don't think so? Go to France. Ask anyone from Algiers about how the French treat them. And you will find out there's racism across the world. And you can ask the Chuchuts about the Russians and how they were treated. And they'll tell you about that racism. That's up in Mongolia. You can go around the world, talk to Koreans about the Japanese about the Chinese. You can go around the world. There's lots of racism for everybody. But the nature and the amount of racism is extremely lower. And speaking specifically about America in my lifetime, over half a century, I can tell you there is nowhere near as much racism in America as there used to be. It's day and night. It is entirely different. You cannot say that the struggle against racism today is the same as in the 1970s. You are a bold, bald-faced liar if you say that. It is empirically, provably not true. That's a fact. I understand. But in every college, oh my God, but white people are evil. Critical race theory. All people who have a suntan, they are disadvantaged. They're victims. Victim mentality, intersectionality. Oh, no. You can't tell me there's no racism. There has to be racism. Otherwise, all of that crap you paid $150,000, $200,000 to get a piece of paper saying, I'm an expert at racism, is useless, is completely devoid of any value because it's really not a problem. Overwhelmingly, in the lives of 350 million people in America, it's essentially not a problem. Not that it's not any problem. 11% of Democrats refused to vote for Obama because he was black in 2008. Yeah, there was a study done. I covered it at the time. I think I covered it. I was writing articles at the time, and I wrote an article about it. Study was done. About 11% of America would not vote for Barack Obama because he was black, just because he was black. Not because he was a bad candidate. He was a horrible candidate. He was a horrible choice. But 11% of Democrats said, nope, can't vote for him. Why? He's black. That was a reality. That's a problem. But that's nothing like in the 1970s, Barack Obama couldn't win. The 1980s, Barack Obama couldn't win. It wasn't well into the 2000s that it was even, to see him run was even a realistic option. There was Jesse Jackson in the 1980s had the Rainbow Coalition. And Jesse Jackson ran, not because he was going to win. He had no chance in hell. And everyone knew it. But he was making a point that one day a black man would run and he would actually be taken seriously. Which is true. That was Obama. But in our lifetime, I remember in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, even in the early 2000s, you asked the average black person in America, the black American citizens, and they would tell you, yeah, I can see there'll be an American president that's black, but not in my lifetime. That was consistent. Everyone agreed. America was improving. There would one day be a black president. It just wasn't going to happen in our lifetime. It'd take another 50 years. It would take maybe even longer than that. Eventually to get there, but at least 50 years. We were 50 years away. This is in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. Consistently, everyone said the same thing. Even at the beginning with Barack Obama running, people were still saying in 2007, 2006, they were saying, Barack Obama, yeah, he can run. He won't win. We still need another generation, another 20 years before a black man could win. Literally, many people throughout that time period said, you know what, it's almost more likely that a woman would win as president before a black man would. I'm trying to give you a very clear understanding because no one ever talks about this stuff. No one ever takes the time and has the perspective to tell you about the past, to tell you about the reality of what we're living with today versus what we lived with in the past. Most of the younger pundits out there, they're in their 30s. They've never lived through this. They have no idea. These are stories from their grandparents. They have never heard of this. They've never lived through a single second of this. There are most of the people who are on the internet right now in your 20s. You've never, ever faced even a shred of this kind of racial disparity. But you'll tell me that things are more racist today than it's ever been before. You're a liar or you're ignorant. You don't know. In the 1970s, I'm going to just share this with you guys for a second. When I went to elementary school, called PS 78, Public School 78 in the Bronx. It's about a block and a half from where I am right this second. My family's lived in the same place for 55 years. So in the 1970s, I went to PS 78, block and a half, block away from where I am right this second. School's still open. And in the 1970s, I think it was 75-ish, something like that. 75, 76, somewhere in there. I was going in, and this was first grade. And there was a girl sitting in front of me, one of my classmates. She was white. Most of the people in the school were white. The neighborhood was almost entirely Italian, Jewish, and Greek. That's the Bronx. Yeah, that was the Bronx, or at least the North Bronx, where I live at. It was Italian, Jewish, and Greek back in those days, in the 70s. And we had far more, it was far better then. We had movie theaters, multiple. We had grocery stores. We had a butcher store. We had a lot of stuff. None of that stuff exists anymore. It's all gone. Diners, a couple of them. So I'm in first grade, sat down, had the class. There's a student in front of me, a white girl, no big deal. And so I talked to her because I'm a kid in first grade. I've talked to all the kids sitting around me. Why not? That's what you do with your classmates. You talk to them. You're there in a classroom with them for 8 hours. Of course, you're going to talk to them. So we get out of class. I'm waiting for my mom to come pick me up from school. And this kid comes over, an older boy, probably a teenager, and he's picking up his sister, who happened to be the one who was sitting in front of me in class. And he comes on over, talks to his sister, then he marches right over to me, and he yells in my face. And he's towering over me because, I'm short. 7 years old, not even. He's standing way taller. He's screaming at me. Don't you ever talk to my sister. You can't talk to my sister. You're black. How dare you? If you talk to my sister again, I'll beat you up. He threatened me. Threatened me with physical harm. Guaranteed he was going to whip me bad for the crime of talking to my classmate in my classroom. And he did this publicly. All the classes were getting out of 78. All the classes, all the grades were being let out. Parents are going back and forth. Big brothers, big sisters are picking up their little brothers, little sisters. Normal school activity. No one blinked. Not one parent stopped him. Not one parent came to see if I was okay. Not one parent asked me a question about that after the fact. Not one. Because it was normal. Because the kid wasn't being outrageous for the 1970s. Because racism was more expressive in America. It was rampant. That was considered the norm. And to make that statement, even though it was outrageous, it was outrageous, but okay. And they let it go. Mind you, I talked to my mom. I talked to my mom's friends. They were like, no, this is not going to happen. And they dealt with it. That kid never confronted me again. Maybe someone out of my line of sight confronted him, talked to him, pulled him to the side, said, no, you just can't say that. You can't do that. You went too far. You're out of your mind. Maybe they did. I didn't see it. Of course, I was, first grader. Very likely that it could have happened and I didn't notice it. But as far as I know, I can tell you what I know. And I can tell you that happened. Then it got squashed. That's racism. That's endemic institutional racism. That doesn't happen today. Anywhere in America. That doesn't happen at all. If someone tried to do something that insanely racist, everyone would stop them. Everyone would freeze and be like, no, you can't do that. No. That person, that kid, would have had several adults talking to them. The school would have been talking to them. Their parents would have been involved in the whole process. It would be a big, huge kerfluffle because you don't do that. That's unaccepted because America's moved on. Because racism is dying. I'm saying this to give you a very clear comparison of where America was and where America is. Not that racism doesn't exist, it's not accepted. It's actively something that we work against. And it has become as institutional to fight racism than as it was in the 70s for it to continue. That's the big difference. And the progressives, the Democrats of the 1970s, and many of the conservatives as well, believe it or not, and it's true, and I've lived it, so I know, many of the conservatives, as well as some of the Democrats, were leading the way forward and said, no, we have to change America. We can't allow that kind of racism anymore. It's unacceptable. Not going to happen. We're going to change. And we did. America won. By the 80s, just 10 years later, Black people were starring on their own TV shows. It was mainstream. The leading shows, TV shows, and this is back in a time when you didn't have cable, you didn't have the internet. There was no such thing as streaming. There was no HBO. You had 3 channels. That's it. Maybe 1 or 2 local TV stations, maybe. And one of them was probably PBS. That's what America was dealing with. 4 channels. That's it. 3 to 4 channels. That's it. Across the entire country. And the leading programs that the entire nation were watching were programs all about Black people, all about Black lives, with Black actors, Black support, Black stories. And it was considered normal. 10 years after I was being threatened in first grade outside the school. That's how fast America made a difference, how fast America made a change. Because America won. And you can say the leftists did it or the progressives, but it wasn't just them. It was the conservatives. It was the middle of America. It was the independents. We all recognized and changed. America won. And we moved on. And we stopped a lot, not all, but step by step, we were getting rid of it, rid of this racism. And being Black was just another American in a large, big way. At one point, Bill Cosby was capable of buying NBC, something that Desi Arnaz, decades before, actually did own NBC. So we changed. The world changed. The left, if you want to call it the left, it really wasn't. They won. Racism was disappearing. The Ku Klux Klan was shrinking. And people like the Southern Poverty Law Center were celebrating that they were bankrupting the KKK and all the white supremacists. Celebrating. They were bankrupting them. No, they stopped doing their rallies. People, if you ever see the movie The Blues Brothers, and you'll see that Jake and his brother, they're in their car, the Bluesmobile, and they're being stopped on their trip because a bunch of neo-Nazis were on a bridge and they were having a protest, which was lawful. They lawfully were having a protest. But everyone else that were surrounding the event, people were protesting against the Nazis. Everyone was angry. And the Blues Brothers go, you know what? I hate Nazis. So they rev up their engine and they drive their car over across the bridge, and the neo-Nazis jump into the river because they were going to get run over. Because the Blues Brothers hate Nazis, and everyone that was protesting, huge crowd of people protesting, there was like 10, 20 Nazis, and there were a couple hundred people protesting them, and they were cheering the Blues Brothers on. They were thanking them for making the Nazis jump into the river. This was one of the biggest movies in the 80s at the time, celebrating the end of the KKK, the end of white supremacy. In color, on the big screens, across the nation, and everyone loved it. Everyone loved that scene. No one complained about it. The Nazis lost. They were embarrassed and they lost. And America celebrated that. The left won. Here's the thing. They won so big, there was no longer a threat. The FBI stopped listing the KKK and other white supremacist groups for years, for a couple of decades. They weren't a top concern. They were too small. They were dying off. They had small cells that were not growing, and no one had an interest in them. They were the least of the threats or concerns for any president for decades. And that meant that the Southern Poverty Law Center couldn't make money. And that brings us to today. They couldn't make money. They were obsolete. Them and most of the civil rights groups of the 50s and the 60s that had a purpose then, and they succeeded. They won. The civil rights movement won astoundingly. More than anyone had ever anticipated, they had ultimate success faster. We were expecting things that would take generations. They did in years. And they had no more money. They didn't have any political power because it was over. It was all done. They were obsolete. They made themselves obsolete because they were so good at what they did. That's a good thing. Southern Poverty Law Center said, wait a minute, but we want money and we want power and perks. And we can't have perks and we can't have money and we can't have influence over politicians unless there's racism. And Democrats said, wait a minute. We would actually have to have good candidates if we don't have racism, because they adopted racism. They adopted the black voter and said, no, we take care of the black voter, even though Democrats were the ones that promoted racism and segregation and Jim Crow and the KKK. That was all Democrats, but they rebranded themselves. They suddenly spent a lot of money saying, no, but we're the good guys now. Okay, if you say so. Took full advantage of JFK being dead and suddenly rebranded themselves as the best of the best, even though they weren't. And okay. And they said, wait a minute, but if we can't point to racism, we can't make any money. There was a time where people like Al Sharpton were a joke politically. Al Sharpton had no significance whatsoever throughout most of the latter half of the 80s through most of the 90s into the 2000s. No one cared what Al Sharpton said. He was considered a shyster. He was a race hustler. And you can read article after article about that. And people recognize, if Al Sharpton can't make money, if Al Sharpton has no political credibility, if he can't move politics, racism, the whole race issue isn't worth it. It's not working. And Democrats needed that. The SPLC needed that. They needed the money. They needed the power. And the only way they could do that, if there was a threat. If all of a sudden everyone said, no, but wait a minute, racism's coming back. Racism's never left. It's just as big and as strong as it was in the 1950s. That's a lie. It's as omnipresent and oppressive on everyday life as I had in the 70s. That's a lie. But they had to lie. And they did. And all of a sudden, the SPLC starts funding the very same people that they're supposed to be eliminating, that they already eliminated. They already got rid of them. By the end of the 80s, they had already won. They had already decimated the white supremacists. They already won. They had to bring them back. And that brought back Al Sharpton. That led to people like Ibram Kendi becoming popular. And the whole intersectionality movement all of a sudden came back. Kind of sad. And it's all propped up on this idea that racism, can't get rid of it. It's intrinsic. It's indoctrinated into America. It's part of the foundation. We've never figured out a way to fix it. We've never improved anything. It's never gotten better, which is all a lie. But the SPLC took your money, and the fear of white supremacy coming back, becoming a thing, actually gaining power, they took your money to make sure that white supremacy did come back. They rebirthed and gave strength and support to white supremacy in America, which is a plague as bad as any terrorist. Because they wanted to make money and they wanted power, and they got it. Doubled their revenues, tripled their revenues, depending on which year you want to look at. They started doubling and tripling their revenue. They started becoming important. All of a sudden, we saw that the White House under the Biden-Harris administration is working directly with the SPLC on all of their issues as they are paying for white supremacy to come back. For white supremacists to convert people, to convince people about this, their sickness. They reinfected America. And the left is wasting our time trying to tell us, but the PLC is great, Mike. They did such great things in the past. We're talking about the present. We're talking about what they did now. Yes, they did a great thing in the past. They were useful then, and they became obsolete. And rather than just going away because they weren't needed anymore, they brought back the sickness. And now we're supposed to say, turn a blind eye and go, you know what? They get a pass. No, they do not get a pass. I don't care how great their past was. They are held accountable today for what they did now. And what they did now is reinfect America so that going forward, it is possible, once again, that some young Black Hispanic man in first grade is going to be told, you can't talk to my sister. Something that no longer is real, something that is unacceptable is now coming back. And in part, it's because of the SPLC. It's because of Democrats, because they want political power and money, because of greed and pure selfish ambition. And I'm the bad guy. According to the left, I'm the bad guy for pointing out what happened. I'm the bad guy because I lived through this. And they want me to relive it. They want my friends and my family and my my nephews, nieces, all of their kids, they want them to relive a moment in my life that I don't want anyone to ever experience. And I'm the bad guy? We got a comment here. Let me take a second here. And I saw the comment for a moment. Alabama Barbie is here with us. Alabama, how you doing? All right, man. Let me see. You said being born in the North, having lived in the South many years, the North is more racist. Well, yeah, the North has always been pretty damn racist. That's true. JS, I don't know what JS stands for. The older folk always, or is it just the older folk always said it was a grift. I trusted them. They had blood in the game. The North has always been racist, just like the South, just in a different way. The North was less honest about it. To be fair and to be true. In my lifetime, the South and a lot of Southerners, when they were racist, were very open and blatant about it. They didn't hide it. They didn't care. They didn't care what you thought. And they'd tell you. And everyone had an understanding. Certain things you couldn't say, certain places you couldn't go, certain people you couldn't date, especially not publicly. I've talked about this before. In the 70s, one of the friends of my family, dear friends of my mom, my dad, were a couple, a woman and a man. She was a white woman. He was a black man. They came from South Carolina. They came to New York City. They came to the Bronx because if they were a married couple, they got married, which was a crime at the time in South Carolina. And they came to New York because they were going to get killed. Think about that for a second. They were going to get killed because the racism was open and obvious and real. You don't get that today. There's a white and black couple walking up and down the street in the middle of the Bronx any time of day or night. You can go to Harlem. White guy, black girl, white guy, doesn't matter. They're walking all across Harlem all day, smooching up on each other. No one blinks an eye. No one cares. That wasn't possible before. Because of the Southern Poverty Law Center, that is potentially something that's coming back. That is a potential danger. That is a threat that is coming back to us. You don't want to live that. I have lived it. And I'm talking about the end of the racism and white supremacy in America, not the 1960s, the 1950s, or the times before that. What my parents and my grandparents went through is massively worse than what I went through. I'm not even trying to compare what I lived through to what happened in the 1950s. It's nowhere close. It's not even, it's day and night. I don't dare compare that. But I do see the difference. And what we have today versus what I grew up with, it's night and day. If you ask someone in the 1950s, they could never imagine the lack of racism in America today. And that was poison. Because the SPLC could not survive without it. I don't know. Maybe it's a difficult conversation, and not everyone is comfortable having this, but we have to have this conversation. And I'm really sad that we do have to have this conversation. Look at this. This is an article I want you to see, and this is coming from USA Today. Again, not from the right. This isn't right-leaning. It's not some right-leaning chud. This is coming from the left. And this is their article by Josh Meyer. USA Today came out yesterday, April 25th. From fighting the Klan, neo-Nazis to federal charges, what's next for the SPLC? This is supposed to be an article detailing and going over the corruption in the SPLC. That this is supposed to identify how they have been abusing and fear-mongering the public for money and for power. And in this article from USA Today, we have an article that spends, we're starting here, so watch me go down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We have about 18 comments or paragraphs. Actually, maybe even more. I'm just going to stop right there. Over 2/3 of the entire article is spent on telling you how great the Southern Poverty Law Center is, or rather, how great they were in the past. In the 1970s, in the 1980s, they're telling you about how great and how they fought racism and they won. They don't talk about, for 2/3 of that article, pure media bias. Nothing but trying to manipulate your emotions to ignore what the Southern Poverty Law Center has done today. To ignore the corruption, pure ambition, and partisanship that's going on in front of your face using your money. 2/3 of that article was nothing but fluff to protect the SPLC, and in doing so, to protect Democrats, to protect racism and the race card, to keep alive the division in America that is harming the entire nation. Because they would rather fracture America and go backwards in time to the 50s, to the 60s, to fighting in the middle of the streets. They would rather go back to that and have power and money than to make the SPLC obsolete because they won. I quote in this part, the Montgomery Advisor, a USA Today network newspaper, had revealed similar issues about the internal tensions and management practices decades earlier in a series of 1994 exposés that were named a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. We knew that the SPLC was being so successful, they already recognized they were making themselves obsolete, and they were trying to figure out what to do about it. Going on, the article says, the eight-part series, quote, Rising Fortunes, Morris Dees, and the Southern Poverty Law Center, end quote, exposed questionable management practices at what was the nation's best-known civil rights charity. There were already problems about ambition and partisan politics, about preserving some degree of racism to justify the existence of the SPLC, to make sure that they were never really obsolete and they were always going to have money and power. From 1984 to 1994, the Advertiser reported the SPLC raised about $62 million. The SPLC raised over $300 million in the last year. In 1 year, they can raise $400 million. And back in 84, it took them 10 years. At the end of any real form of white supremacy and racism in America, at the end of that, when they had won, it took them 10 years to get $62 million. In 1 year now, they can raise between $200 to $400 million. Think about that. Because they brought racism back. Because racism is a thing for Democrats. Let's go on. The Advertiser reported the SPLC raised about $62 million in contributions, but spent only a third of that on programs, prompting critics to accuse it of exaggerating the threat posed by the Klan and Klan-affiliated groups, even as those organizations had been significantly weakened. They were too damn successful. They were too damn good at what they did. The series also scrutinized Dee's compensation and personal life and complaints from black staffers who said they were marginalized inside an organization publicly devoted to racial justice because they weren't doing racial justice. They were doing self-preservation. They were making sure they weren't going to become obsolete. They wanted to have power. They wanted to have money. And to do that, they had to keep racism alive. It's just that simple. But the left right now is telling everybody, you just don't understand. No, Mike, no, you can't say that, Mike, because you just don't understand. I'm a 58-year-old black Puerto Rican. I understand. This isn't something new to me. This isn't something I haven't lived through all my life. All my friends have lived through it. All of my family, my extended family, have lived through aspects of this. How dare you say I don't understand? There's no way I couldn't understand. How dare they abuse me and every other black, brown, bronze, every person of color for their personal wealth and power. Is this really something that America needs to discuss? Is this something really America has to debate? The SPLC has failed. They have failed epically. They have failed in every way we could possibly imagine. They should have been obsolete. Instead, they became cancerous. Now we have to cut out that cancer. I'm happy that the DOJ, the Trump DOJ, did the exact opposite of the Biden DOJ. Biden and Harris promoted this. They encouraged this. They worked with this because it was politically advantageous for Democrats to pull out the race card and to cry whoa and to fearmonger. It was great for the SPLC. They raised hundreds of millions of dollars a year. It was good for Democrats. They got reelected and they got tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars in donations because of the fear-mongering. But every American suffered. Our nation, our society suffered. And it ain't worth it. So, was that a little bit long? Maybe. But I wanted to give you a real perspective on this. Something that you're not going to see, and CNN's never going to have this conversation with you. You're never going to hear someone actually go through their history and talk to you about what the difference is, like on MS Now. You're not going to hear that. CNN, ABC, New York Times, they're not going to do this. They're going to give you what we saw from USA Today. They're going to give you a puff piece about the history of the SPLC, when it was actually worthwhile, when it had a purpose, when it succeeded. They're not going to talk about today. They're going to avoid that as much as they can. They're going to avoid telling you the truth because you have to vote Democrat. That's all they care about at the end of the day. You got to vote Democrat. You got to donate to Democrats. That's the game. You can accept it or not. You can keep the Democrats afloat and keep the racism that they promote alive if you want. But understand, you're never going to be in a good place. That's never going to actually help you at the end of the day. You're actually going backwards in time. They always say, Republicans want to put you in chains. No, they don't. I am a Republican. I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands of Republicans across this country for decades. I've been at various events. I've talked to their campaigns. I've seen them win elections. I've helped them to pass laws. No one, I can't find a Republican or a conservative that wants to go backwards in time to the 1950s or even beyond that. I can't find them. Not saying they don't exist. I can't find them. But I can find lots of Democrats. Is it uncomfortable? Probably. Some people are probably like, damn, I don't know what to say to that. Some people are upset. You got to ask yourself, why would you be upset that a black Puerto Rican has related his experience about racism over the decades and how much better off we are today, and how this one organization is endangering all of the success and progress we have had? Why would you be upset? For all the people who want to call me an Uncle Tom or some other slur, why are you upset that I'm telling you we were in a better place and we're going backwards? Why would you take my warning and my examples and say, no, but that doesn't count? Because I don't understand? Really? Anyway, that's just what I had to say about that. Very frustrating. But again, if anyone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear your voice. I'm taking questions. I'm not going to hide from you guys. You think I'm wrong? Let's go through it. If you think that the SPLC is needed more today than it was in the 1970s, please tell me why. Tell me how they needed to pay the KKK, the leader of the Klan. They had to give him $1 million to get rid of the Klan that was wiped out in 1983. Before almost everybody watching this on the internet was ever alive. Before the internet existed, they wiped them out. And the SPLC had to give him $1 million. He had no audience. And they brought him back to life. Oh, God. Just so they could win an election. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. And I'm the bad guy. Again, I tell you, go and save food. I'm the bad guy. I tell you about the economy. I'm the bad guy. I tell you why we need to win versus Iran. I want to fight terrorism. I'm the bad guy. I tell you that we've beaten, at one point, we were beating almost evaporated racism in America for the most part, largely, pretty much wiped it out. And I'm the bad guy for saying, no, these guys are bringing it back. And I've seen this. I know what it looks like. I have lived through this. All right, I'm going to go on. Yes, and we got a comment from Alabama Barbie. It's been a sad journey. This is a sad journey. It's horrific. I would never want any kid to go through what I went through in first grade. No kid should have to live through that. No one should have that experience. And for decades, no kid did. And now it's coming back because a couple of guys and gals wanted to win an election. They wanted to get paid. They wanted power. The trade-off is incredible. It's just not a trade-off. I'd never do that. Okay. But hey, Ibram Kendi is going to tell you, I'm the bad guy. The intersectionalists are going to tell you, oh, Mike just doesn't understand. He's only got, 58 years of life experience. He doesn't understand these things. Speaks 4 languages, lived around the world, been in the military, opened 4 businesses. Mike doesn't understand. He has no clue. Okay. That pissed me off. Now, I posed a question at the start of in the description, the title of this live stream. And I asked, knowing what we know about the Southern Poverty Law Center and how they're bringing back racism, does that in any way, shape, or form affect what happened yesterday? That's right. We're getting into it, talking about Trump. We're talking about, or we may be talking about Trump. My dog is waking up. My dog, Khan, 15 years old. And somewhere about now is when he wakes up and he usually wants to go out for a walk. And he just woke up, literally just woke up. And it's about 2 hours and a half. So he's probably going to want to go out for a walk in a minute or two. He's trying to make up his mind if he wants to go to sleep or not. He just woke up. And I don't really want to start talking about the Trump shooting, the White House Correspondent Dinner, and the many, many, many questions it has for all of America. The impact, the negatives are huge. And one of them is racism. Racism is a factor in this, but maybe not in the way that most people think. Not that, oh my God, Trump's a racist, so this guy was going against Trump because he's a racist, because that's just not true. And I know a lot of people say, well, but Trump is a racist. Really? How many awards did he get from the NAACP? How many black politicians did he donate to? How many events he went to? How come no one in decades has ever mentioned it? Not once. He's gotten the allegation. They accuse him of stuff. They've accused him of a lot of things. Where's the proof? If he's such a racist and it was so obvious, you should be able to pull out a full list going back decades showing us all the racism. Except you can't. And no one does. They just say, well, we accused him of being a racist. We're Democrats. We're elected. So you have to accept that. And that's it. But that's like the Southern Poverty Law Center saying, well, we're the good guys. You just have to accept it. No, because the evidence doesn't prove that. The reality does not prove that. And the same thing is true about Trump and this teacher from California. I'll mention his name once. I'm not going to mention it again. His name is Cole Thomas Allen. And this 31-year-old teacher from California, of course, went out on a psychotic, evil, vile attempt to murder innocent people. Because apparently, and according to the news, it's been reported by the chief of police in D.C. that he had a shotgun and a handgun, and I believe a knife as well. That's the initial report. Some people have said it's a handmade or homemade shotgun or a modified shotgun. Some people, I've seen one or two people say it's a rifle, but almost every report where it is mentioned what he had, other than a long gun. And there's a reason why people say long gun, why the news media is very much interested in saying he had a long gun instead of saying he had a shotgun. Because there aren't bans on shotguns. No one's really talking about the threat of shotguns. And you always hear about the assault weapon, which means rifle. But no one ever talks about the shotgun because they don't see it. Why? Because there's even fewer people who die in mass shootings across America by a shotgun every year than even rifles. It's less than less of, it's not just rifles are about 2% of all mass shootings and shootings in general in America, and shotguns are about 0.5%. So that's why you don't hear that. So they can't say shotgun because people are going to be like, oh my God, it's such a big, scary gun. Oh my God, it's a shotgun. No, they say that about rifles because you think of Arnold Schwarzenegger in some kind of action film. No one thinks of shotguns that way. That's why they called it a long gun, so that you can still be scared, so they can still push gun control. But my dog did wake up as I expected, and he is ready to go outside.
He overslept.
I know. And I told you guys, I warned you, I knew it. I saw him get up. I saw him walk around. I knew he was going to want to go. And now he's like, I want to go outside. See, this is why I didn't start with Trump yet. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about Donald Trump. We're going to talk about, there it is. We're going to talk about the SPLC, racism, the White House Correspondent Dinner shooting. We're going to go into all of that. We're going to have a nice conversation about the how, the why, the consequences, especially the consequences, because the mainstream media doesn't want you to think about the consequences. They absolutely are struggling. They are they're putting up a firewall so you don't think about any consequence of this or how this happened. You're not supposed to think about those things, because then you may not vote for a Democrat once you understand the truth. So they're not going to talk to you about that. But we're going to talk about it on this program. But we're going to take a quick break so I can walk my dog. And I know some people want to go out and you want to have a cigarette, because we're not in England, so you can. Thank goodness. So some people are going to go out, unlike in England, and they're going to go out and have a cigarette. Good for you. And some people are going to get something to eat. You want to walk your dog. Maybe you got to go over to the head real quick. Okay, we're going to do that. So it's going to be about 45 minutes. That's what I'm thinking. Now, this is from 2021, just so you know. This is a conversation. This is from a stream I did in 2021 on mass shootings, on gun control, on firearms. And you will be amazed how little has changed from 2021 to today, especially in terms of the legislation and how you are being protected by the government. You will be amazed that you're not. But I will play this. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. It's 5 o'clock, so that means 5:45. Roughly give it like 1 or 2 minutes. About 5:45, we will be back. And then we'll talk about Trump and the correspondent dinner and hear what you have to say, because I want to hear what you guys think about it. Services are lagging a little bit behind, but this is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm just trying to fix this lag for you right now, folks. So please bear with me for a moment, and then we're going to get started right away. Okay? Obviously, I love being here with you. I love talking to you. I'm not happy about the subject that we're going to be speaking about today, because we're going to be talking about gun control. We're going to be talking about the shooting in Colorado. We're going to be talking about the facts as best as we can find them, as best as we are aware of them at this moment. And we need to have this conversation, because in America right now, there is this huge divide. There are politicians who are actively using these kind of events to separate us as a nation. And what we need to do is take away from the emotion and stop and have a conversation. Where do we want America to go? What do we actually believe about the Second Amendment? And what do we believe is the best path forward for America? And I see we already have several people who are joining us today in the chat. Redacted has mentioned that they think this will be a good episode. I hope it will be. And that just the crisis they have been wanting to nuke the filibuster. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of questions here. So there are a lot of issues. People need to be prepared to protest and mass noncompliance. That is one of the aspects. That is one of the ways that people like to look at this and go forward. But let's take a moment to understand exactly what has happened. Let's have an understanding of what we're talking about, okay? And that is very simply that we do know for a fact that yesterday in Colorado, just outside of Boulder, there was a mass shooting. It is the 7th mass shooting this year. Let's be very clear about that. There have been 7, as far as we can tell. And there's been a lot of updates, and it's still updating as we go. So I want to be sure that as we are speaking with you today, as we are speaking at this moment, there is still breaking news coming out. We have been checking the news all the way up until just before we came on. There has been some late breaking news on who the shooter was and what they were doing. But we have a lot of manipulation going on by some politicians, by the news media, to color the way that we are looking at this. Again, I want to take a very serious look. I've talked about the Second Amendment for 12 years now. I've done speeches on it. I covered all of the bills, all the laws, and I want to be very clear with what we are looking at here. What we know for sure, a 21-year-old man walked into a grocery store, a supermarket in Colorado, and he started shooting. Police officers arrived. The first officer on the scene was killed. 9 other individuals were killed as well. This is a tragedy. It is always a tragedy when anyone dies in this nation because of violence, whether it's gun-related or anything else. But we need to take a moment to understand what's going on. Knee-jerk reactions at this moment will not help our nation. They will not help those who are grieving. It will not help anyone going forward. We want to be very clear about that. We want to be respectful for those who have lost their loved ones. At the same time, we want to look for this nation. Tony mentions, hello, Mike. Yes, I know Facebook's been having problems and the show started off slowly. I think because the internet overlords don't like us talking about this kind of subject in an honest, open, and fair kind of way. Now, we have to understand what's going on in this nation. There are a lot of people right now who are saying, we just have to get rid of guns. We just have to get rid of the Second Amendment. The problem are firearms. And that's not an honest answer. Not at all. Let's be very clear. As we can see, and as always, at the bottom after the show, there will be links to every source that we're going to be going through. And there are a bunch of them so that you will have that information and you can review it for yourself at your leisure. But nobody actually knows how many people actually own a firearm in America at this moment. It's not a straightforward answer. And that's because gun owners aren't required to register their firearms. That is a fact. The best thing that we can say is somewhere, to the best of our estimates, is somewhere between about 30 to 40% of Americans, possibly more, own a firearm. What we do know for more sure is that there is an estimate, most recently by the Small Arms Survey of 2018, that estimated that there were, in 2017, approximately 393 million firearms in the United States, which works out to about 1.5 firearms per person in the United States. That's the rough estimate. We know from various studies, from surveys, people have estimated that there could be varying levels of gun ownership in populations across the nation. And even some have estimated as low as 10% in New York State, as high as 61% in Alaska. But no one knows for sure. And if you look at things like from CBS in 2020, they were mentioning that gun ownership by the states from lowest to highest. And they made that statement with some very negative imagery, some very negative wording to try and discourage people. And that's a fact. A lot of the media wants to discourage you from being able to own a firearm. Many politicians want you to be discouraged from owning a firearm. The question I want to ask and answer today, or at least very least ask, is that going to make you safer? If you can't own a firearm, will you be safer? Is that going to help you? Is that going to stop these mass shootings? And to the best of my knowledge, the answer in all of my research over the last 12 years, at least, has been no. that won't make you safer. It won't stop them. That's because these individuals have a criminal intent and they want to cause harm. And they will find ways to do it, whether that's through illegal firearms or using knives, bricks, baseball bats, whatever it is. Many of these people are mentally deranged, and that is another motivating factor. But that's not everything, including, and I want to be very clear, 538.com did a study on all mass shootings over the last 30 years. They found that there are 38 different categories that fall into what we see as mass shootings. There is no silver bullet. Anyone who's trying to tell you it's just as simple as getting rid of the firearms is lying to you. They have an agenda. That's the reality. And we need to keep that in our mind because there is no one single answer. Let me get to some comments here. Redacted mentioned that I have read there have been 7 mass shootings this year so far, but the media has only covered the last 2. That is correct. To further the race baiting divide and white nationalist narrative, that's debatable, but more true than not. And Christina mentions that, and how many of them know basic firearm safety? Not enough. That is also very true. Vic mentions that COVID lockdowns are not for the health and safety of Americans. They're meant to keep patriots from meeting and protesting against the tyrannical actions of a well-established rogue government. That's part of the problem too. Again, we have several at odds things going on right now. We have a news media and politicians who happen to control our Congress, our Senate, and our presidency that do not like firearms, do not want you to have firearms. These are the very same people who do have firearms, that do have armed guards protecting them, that do have, right now in DC, the military are protecting them and separating them from the people. So there is a big disconnect here. They want to have the protections that they don't want you to have. The news media don't like this Second Amendment, this freedom that most people in the world don't have. And most people in the world don't understand because they've never had that ability. I mean, if we're talking about our good friends in the United Kingdom, it was back in the 1500s, I believe it was 1582, that they lost the right to have a firearm. And yes, for people who are not aware, firearms were around in the 1500s. And they lost their right to a firearm in the 1500s. They've never known the freedom that Americans have to be able to bear arms. It is a fundamental right that is shall not be infringed. It is a fundamental, absolute right, just like our First Amendment rights. But we have to ask the question, even though the media has a bias, and it is a very clear bias, and I can show you that bias in a moment, even though we have politicians who have a bias and use these kinds of events to poison the minds of people, to instill fear, to try and enact more power, is that fair? Is that in the best interest of the public? I mean, that's the argument that can be made. Yes, it may infringe on our rights. Yes, it may infringe on our freedoms, but is it going to make us safer? And isn't that worthwhile to stop another 21-year-old out of who's in Colorado, stopping them from being able to cause this kind of havoc, this kind of hell on earth? And I would tell you the answer is no. Now, I see Redacted mentioned loss of Christian values and mental health are the main culprits in his belief, or her belief. I'm not sure if Redacted is male or female. Tony Z mentions it's definitely plausible. And Larry, thank you, Larry, for joining us. And I want to have a fair and balanced conversation about this because we have to have a clear, fair balance about this. If it makes sense, if we can show that people will be safer by restricting our Second Amendment rights more, there is a fair argument there. But that's not a knee-jerk reaction, it's a question. And the answer to that question, as far as I've seen, is no, but let's actually look at some of the evidence. What do we know? We know that a lot of the times the media are pulling out information and telling us things that aren't exactly true. As an example, they're using, we've seen CBS, as I was just showing you, is trying to tell Americans that there aren't that many people, only about 30% of American adults that own a firearm. They get their data from a report by the Rand Corporation where they created their own data. Now, they did use information on suicides, hunting licenses, but they also used information from subscriptions to Guns and Ammo magazine. And, of course, background checks. But ownership of a magazine and background checks don't mean you own a firearm. They don't mean that you're going to own a firearm. That's their projection. That's not solid data. That's an assumption. But the news media spins this in many cases towards their advantage to say, well, no, there are fewer people who own a firearm than you think. You're more isolated. This is a smaller group, easier to control. They have less power in our government and in our lives. I don't believe that's accurate. Not when you're basing it on magazine sales. That's a very iffy and sketchy way to come up with numbers. And then we have the news media, like, and this is from CBS again from 2020, when they're telling us things like, they're trying to tell us how many people per state. What are the states that have the most people with firearms? And they couple that with messages about suspected gang members. They talk about shootings at various locations, outbreaks of 2020. They're making this as negative as possible. They're showing you images of illegal gun ownership and illegal guns. That's not the way to have a fair and honest conversation. Whether you're for or against the Second Amendment, that's not fair. That's prejudicial. What we need to understand is, realistically, we do know that when people are asked, they in general have been saying pretty consistently now since the 2007 that about 44% of our nation, just under about half, own firearms. That is a reality. That means that somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 million people own firearms right now. Roughly 1 out of 2 people that you meet walking down the street own a firearm. Very nearly 1 out of 2. Every other neighbor that you see has a firearm. Now, let's think about this. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Quite honestly, it depends on your neighbors, I imagine. But what we can tell is that because 1 out of 2 people in America, roughly, own a firearm, you're not dead. Most people are perfectly fine. Some 99% of legal gun owners or people who possess a firearm are perfectly safe and pose no harm to anyone. We know from the CDC that roughly only about 14,000 homicides happen with a firearm each year. And we know that according to Pew Research, looking at their data, and this is from, and I want to be a little clear, in 2019, so we're not talking long ago, we can see that in average, there's been a pretty consistent range of gun-related deaths in the United States. It's roughly about 13%. If we're going from 1979 until 2017, the last time they had data on this, it averages out to about 13%. There are peaks, there are valleys, and we are below the 1990s overall, but it's about 13%. This is a constant in our nation. And that's something that needs to be understood. There is, just like crime is roughly constant, and no matter how many laws you put out there, there are still people who want to commit crimes. Whether you say that the quality of life in the United States is better than most places in the world, and people still commit crimes. Our poor are considered rich in 80% of the world, and yet there's still crime. Some people just do bad things. Does that mean we should punish everyone else? Not necessarily. But our media likes to play certain games about this information. They try and make it sound like there is an epidemic going on right now, that this is rampant. Oh my God, there's 7 mass shootings. Let's really look at some of this data. Because I want you to understand, last year, 5 million Americans became first-time gun owners because of because of the COVID crisis. And there are fears that the police could not be there to protect themselves. And I'm going to come to the comments again in a second. So shouldn't we, since 5 million more people became gun owners, that means what, 165 million people, or just those 5 million? Isn't that mean that there should be 5 million shootings, that 5 million people should be dead? Obviously not. So the hyper fear that's being put into people's minds isn't appropriate. That's not to take away from the tragedies that we see, but it's also to put it into perspective. Many people have gotten firearms, especially in the last year. That doesn't mean your risk has gone up. In fact, it may mean that your risk has gone down. But that's not what the news media wants to tell you. They want to tell you about, and I'm going to come to the comments in a second, but I want to be clear about something. And again, it's important that we understand the basics of what's going on before we start talking about, and what do we do? Because there's a lot of politicians rushing out there saying, we have to do something right now. Do something, do something, do something. Don't think, just act. And when people do that, they tend to make the wrong decision because they haven't taken into account what's really going on and how do you really fix it. And let's understand the scope of this. We're being told about the 7 mass shootings this year. 567 people have been shot in Chicago this year. That's 139 more people at this time as of March 15th than in 2020. We can see that in Chicago, 107 people have been killed this year in homicides, mostly gun related, and that's 13 more than in 2020. You're not hearing about that in the news. This weekend that just passed, 25 people were shot in Chicago. You didn't hear a headline about that. Going to Baltimore as another example. There have been, so far in the month of February, 17 murders and 45 non-fatal shootings. For the year, there have been 44 murders, which is down 6 from last year, and 94 shootings versus last year at this same time. But you're not hearing about that in the news. Why? Possibly because these states are democratic states, possibly because these states have democratic leaders and have for over half a century, possibly because these states and these cities have every single gun control law that has been suggested or offered in the last 30 years, and that is not protecting the public. It hasn't made people safer. It has made the government stronger, larger, and more powerful, but it didn't make people safer. And we have to understand that. And it also means that making it harder to have a firearm doesn't equal safety. Criminals still behave criminally. The mentally deranged are still deranged. Let me get to some of the comments here. So, Redacted had mentioned we allowed too much infringement already. How do we stop it and reverse it? Is there a way without violence? Is there a way when our institutions have been corrupted? Tony's mentioning that the report is based mostly on speculation. Yes, I did mention that. After sales last year and this year, Redacted mentions, I suspect that the number has gone up to close to 50%, very likely, in terms of gun ownership in the United States. Hot Chicks is mentioning that you want to compare the number of deaths to automobiles. That is another very interesting statement. Again, automobiles, which are not a right, they are a privilege. You don't need a car to live, but you may need a firearm to protect yourself. And how many people die from those? 50,000 a year? So legislating with emotion is terrible. Again, from Redacted, Tony mentions that sometimes most major one-off crimes are a matter of pure necessity, mostly done by, all accounts, normal people. Dow mentions that the police are worried about being outgunned by law-abiding citizenry. I would think that trained in self-defense, law-abiding firearm owners would be welcome, so police can focus on criminals, which would refer to the Good Samaritan, something like what we saw recently in Missouri at the American Legion shooting, which had an entire event. 100 people were present, a shooter was present, 2 people were injured, and the entire event was ended before the police even got there. And while the media didn't make that a big deal, the fact is other shooters were present, other Good Samaritans were there to protect those people in the public. And that makes a big difference. In fact, if we look at the data over the years, we have seen that when the largest number of people that are injured in a mass shooting tend to happen within the first 2 minutes. And if there is a member of law enforcement or someone with a firearm to confront that individual, then it normally reduces the number of people who could be injured potentially by 50%. This is data that came out of the report from the Parkland shooting and studies done by the commission from Parkland about how to improve safety at our schools from mass shooters. So there's a lot of information here. And again, we're not always getting the whole story, and the media is being very, very selective in the information they want to provide to us. We're also seeing a lot of misinformation out there, such as if you go, and a lot of people do, to Wikipedia, and you look at the 2021 total U.S. mass shootings, well, the way they're counting it, there's been 107 mass shootings so far in the United States, with 122 people killed, which the news media itself, the major news media, do not agree with. They're saying there's 7 mass shootings that have happened. You look at what's going on in the internet, they're telling you an entirely different number. By the way, that number is roughly just slightly higher than what we saw in 2020. And that number, looking at 2019, isn't even provided. The news media, the internet, is very selective. I bring these things up so that we understand we have to pay attention to serious details. We need to understand what's really happening here. Because we've seen, in my lifetime, 50 years, 5 decades, we've seen mass shootings every year, to some degree, to some amount. And we've seen crimes with and without firearms. That doesn't mean that we need to knee-jerk remove people's rights and abilities. And we've had a lot of problems. I mean, we hear this all the time. You go to Twitter, you see someone like David Levitt, who is an award-winning multimedia journalist, who came out 4 hours ago and said, you know, it's an AR-15. It's always an AR-15. AR-15s, the assault rifles, which they're not. They're a semi-automatic rifle. They're no different than hunting rifles people use every day. And again, there are something like 160 million people with firearms right now. 5 million more people right now than last year at the same time. That doesn't mean you're going to be any more in danger or any less in danger. In fact, let's look at some of the other shootings that happened this year. None of them had AR-15s. But that's why you're hearing about this story right now. Again, let's be clear. The media has an agenda. They want to tell you a certain story.
Take a look at what you heard about the shooting in Colorado today. If you go back and look at the stories as they were coming out, looking at the early news from 9 a.m. today from USA Today, you'll not see a single person mention any firearm. The police had not reported that. There was no confirmation on what kind of firearm was used. They were also very clear in not mentioning the name of the suspect, even though he had been taken into custody by police. Nor was his age mentioned. Let me ask you a simple question. How long did it take for the news media to tell you the name, the age, and the type of firearms used in the shooting last week in Atlanta? How quickly was that attributed to hate, as a hate crime? It was immediate, even though the suspect themselves denied that this was a crime of hate. It was a crime based on their sexual addiction, and that they had targeted facilitators of their sexual addiction, which is still a crime, no doubt. But the media disconnects from what's actually out there. And in fact, if we looked at this, and I did, and as I said, so that was the news on USA Today. You went to the AP News 6 minutes ago, and they won't tell you what is the name of the man who actually committed this crime. It's not in the story. They tell you he's a 21-year-old man and refuse to mention anything else about it. If you go, you have to wait and look to NBC News, which actually came out before the AP story. And NBC News finally mentioned that the man's name is Ahmad Aliza, and he's 21. And that's going to be the only time I'm going to mention this man's name, because he doesn't deserve any fame or attention. But we see this, and even when you're looking on Twitter, they'll tell you, oh, he's 21-year-old, it's a male. They didn't tell you the firearm. They didn't tell you the person's name. The media is manipulating the story because they have an agenda. The agenda is to make you afraid, and to make you very afraid of very specific people in a very specific way. Because if he was white, they'd have told you his name. They'd have told you his color, as well as his age. If they were sure of the firearm that he was using, they would have told you that as well. But as we can tell from the BBC News, when they were talking about this, they mentioned that they're not even sure if it is, and if it is, it still has not been confirmed of what kind of firearms being used. They mentioned that a police source told CNN that it was an AR-15 style rifle, which means a semi-automatic gun that was used in this shooting. Which means we don't know if this was or was not an AR-15 at this moment. So, and I bring that up because, does an AR-15, is that the only firearm that's in existence right now? Is that the only semi-automatic rifle? Because if you look at the laws that are being made, they seem to target that. If you listen to the news media, they target that. And they keep saying, well, it's an AR-15 or it's an AR-15 style. What, there is no such thing as another semi-automatic firearm? Is that the only firearm that's made in America? Are most shootings done with rifles? In fact, no. Only about 2% of all shootings, all criminal shootings, are done, or mass shootings, excuse me. Only about 2% of all mass shootings per year are done with an actual semi-automatic rifle. Most are done with handguns, and that's about 46%, with roughly 12 to 17% are done with shotguns. So again, our point here today is to have an honest conversation about firearms, so that we can have an honest conversation about gun ownership and gun control. If we don't have this honest conversation, then we're going to make the wrong decision. And there are people who are betting on that. There's a reason why the news media is very specific about the type of stories they're going to tell you, when they tell you them, and the information that they're going to put out there, even when it's wrong, because CNN gets it wrong a lot. The New York Times gets it wrong a lot. Washington Post, didn't they just have to put a retraction out and a correction to their story for lying to the American people 2 months ago? And now here we are, they're telling us it's an AR-15. We don't know that. That's not what the police have said yet. So looking at some of the comments again, those shootings ruined the narrative. Gun violence is a plague of the urban sprawl and is fairly isolated in its incidents, according to Redacted. Redacted goes on to say, if the government wanted to save lives, they would be talking about heart disease, obesity, and our lifestyles. Tony mentions it's not reported or given enough oxygen because it goes against the swamp narrative, some of the other stories, some of the other information that's out there. Honestly, when we're looking at this information, we understand. So it's not just white males. It's not just hate crimes. It's not just crimes against someone's sexual preference. It's not just automatic firearms, semi-automatic firearms. And no, it's absolutely not automatic firearms, because those are already banned since 1939, unless you have a special license for it, which about 5,000 people in America do. That's it. It's not machine guns. This isn't a movie, and the firearms don't fire endless bullets. We have to take that insanity, that hyper reaction, and take it away so that we can appreciate what we can do to actually make people safer. And I'm giving you the data so that you can make that logical and reasoned conclusion. But to say, well, it's just white men, well, that's racist, because it's not just white men. And it's not just people of color. That's racist. It's not true. It's not a fact. To say that it's just semi-automatic rifles, that's not true. And it's highly deceptive. And it absolutely is incorrect. And if you're making decisions based on these incorrect pieces of data, you're going to not fix the problem. And that has been the problem for the last 50 years in America. We are looking at the wrong thing. They keep telling you it's the gun, it's the gun, it's the gun. No, it's not. It's the people who are doing this. That's the one thing that's absolutely common every single time. It's people who have made a choice, who have decided that another human being's life is not important. And if we can resolve why they're coming to that conclusion and to stop that, we can save lives. But to tell me it's just because they use a firearm, what about people who use cars and trucks, box cutters, planes? People who want to harm someone find a way. Let's find a reason why they want to harm other people. Let's solve that problem first. Let's get the people who have the mental issues medication. That seems to be a lot more effective to me. That will protect people. But just simply saying, well, we're just going to take away the firearms, like that's ever stopped a criminal ever. The only person that punishes is law-abiding citizens. And again, 99% of citizens do not cause a problem. There are 165 million people, conservatively, that own firearms right now. 1 out of 2 people that you meet has a firearm. So, I'm trying to take the temperature down on this because I see the rhetoric. It's out there. Like I said, you're seeing people who are commenting on Twitter and they're losing their minds. And they're making all of these allegations, kind of like David Levitt did. And we're seeing the comments from Volatile Mermaid, individuals like Mr. Newberger. We're seeing all of these comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was showing this to you. So again, David Levitt, Volatile Mermaid. We're seeing comments from Robin, so many people. And they're losing their minds because they're wrapped up in this emotion, and they're making it based on information that isn't accurate. And that means they're not going to help anyone. It's not going to make you better off. And the news media isn't helping because they're promoting this false narrative. It's like saying 2 + 2 = 5. If you're giving people the wrong information, they're going to make the wrong calculation. And if we believe that, well, guess what? We're never going to get another man to the moon. You're always going to have a paycheck that's short money. It's that simple sometimes, folks. Tony mentions that we don't have a gun problem, we have a people problem. And I think that is absolutely the core of it. You know, we have thousands of people who die because of stabbings. We got thousands of people who die because of cars. Drug overdoses just hit 81,000 in 2020. They still haven't released the official numbers on how much suicides have gone up in just the last year. We have problems right now. And to say that, well, it's all because of guns, because of mass shootings. Well, what about the mass shootings and all the shootings that happened because of the George Floyd riots? Do they count? Are they the same thing? Do they fall into the same category? Should we be afraid and terrified of everybody who's attached to BLM because some of their members have committed crimes, heinous crimes, murders? The answer from the news media is no. But gun owners are bad people. Why? I mean, it's a serious question. It's a very serious question. And we need to answer that question. Why is it so important for people like Senator Kirsten Gillibrand to come out and say, well, we have to take away your Second Amendment rights, the very thing that allows us to be able to have the First Amendment right? And when I say why I'm having this conversation, I want you to be very clear in understanding this. In every nation that we have seen across the world, when people have been disarmed and they have had their ability to protect themselves taken away, in each and every one of those cases, we watch people being killed by their governments. The most recent example I can point to that you can check yourself, because it's been reported by the New York Times, Venezuela took away the rights of individuals to be able to own firearms because it had a more liberal use of firearms. The public could own a firearm. They took away that right. And then 2 years later, they killed 5,200 of their own people because the government were the only ones who had the firearms left. That's a story we hear over and over again in every country around the world once the public is disarmed. And if the government can come out and kill anyone they want to, and you don't have the ability to defend yourself, do you think you're really going to have the ability to speak freely? Do you think it's a free nation with free elections at that point? And this is an important thing to understand. So this is why this is important. Because if we lose the right to the Second Amendment, we lose the right to free speech. And that means that the government has total control over us and our lives. And every time we've seen that happen in that order, the guns are gone, you lose your free speech, the government is the power. The very next thing that happens every time in history is, and the people die. So it's a very important issue. It's a massively important issue. And we have to be very careful about how we do this. Because if we don't, we have seen the road and where it leads if we get this wrong. At the same time, we have to be very aware there is a problem. And we need to fix that problem. I'm not telling you I have the perfect answer. I'm telling you that I believe the perfect answer is not abolish the Second Amendment, like we've seen former Justice Stevens suggest, and many of the radical members of the left, people like the fake Hispanic in Texas who is running for president, shortly. Beto O'Rourke, you know, the Irishman who thinks he's actually Hispanic. Beto, who says, I want to take your AK-47s, your AR-15s. His answer isn't one to make you more safe. It's to make them government more powerful. By the way, folks, I am looking at some of the comments. If you think I'm wrong, please tell me why. If you think that removing the Second Amendment is the answer, please tell me why. If you think the data I am showing you is incorrect or incomplete, please tell me why. Because this is how we get to the best answer we can. And I'm not trying to mislead anyone. I am trying to give you information. I have 12 years of data, and we can't share that in just one conversation. But if I'm missing something critical, please bring it up, because we need to have a rational discussion. And if we don't have a rational discussion, we will make the mistake. And whether that's to having too many firearms or not enough firearms, having less freedom or too much freedom, if such a thing can exist, then I want to be able to make sure we're not going to the extremes, that we're doing the best thing we can for the public. So Dal mentions that 1 out of 2 people in the United States are gun owners, as I've mentioned. Then who are the constituents that want all this gun control? The majority want representatives to pass legislation that criminalizes them. It makes no sense. Well, let's actually look at this. I'm glad you brought that up. Because one of the things we have to consider, and
Hello, everybody. Okay, we should be back, and I'm just double checking. Yep, we're back, and I'm sorry because I am 2 minutes late. We said 5:45, it's 5:47, and that's because, well, my puppy decided that he needed to take a little bit longer. But he's fed, he's asleep now at my feet, and he's listening to the show, so I hope you guys are going to enjoy it as well. Thank you, everyone. In case you're coming in a little bit later, this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is April 26, 5:47 p.m., and we've been having a great conversation. We've talked a little bit about what's happening with Iran and the U.S. and ceasefire and why that's important, as well as what's holding it up, what Iran is hoping to do with their back and forth political maneuvers, and how that's affecting, or they hope will affect, the midterm elections. And that'll be interesting to see if I am correct. We talked a little bit about the food crisis that's affecting America and will be coming shortly. We started off the entire thing talking about what's going on. Wait a minute, I had it in front of me. We were talking about the loss of freedom in England, and how that may come to the United States. How if you were born after 2008 in the United Kingdom, you can never have the opportunity to be able to smoke, whether vape or a cigarette. Absolutely illegal. Although marijuana, different subject, but they just wiped that, they just stripped that right away. And we are seeing more and more people here in the United States, more progressives, more socialists, who are trying to adopt that same mindset, to strip away one right, one freedom at a time. And we've seen something like this already, like in New York City with Mayor Bloomberg, and salt in restaurants, and smoking in any establishment in New York State. Step by step, stripping away freedom after freedom, instilling the control of government over your life. Now, we also talked about several other things. We talked about the, in particular, we were talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center, the SPLC, and their criminality in reigniting and maintaining white supremacy, racism in America for their own selfish benefit, for their own political gain, for their own monetary gain. And this has had a lot of consequences everywhere else. And that kind of leads into what we're going to be talking about with Donald Trump, with the White House Correspondent Dinner, with what happened in Washington, D.C. yesterday, and the 31-year-old teacher from California. I mentioned his name once in the program. I'm not going to mention it again because these evil terrorists do not deserve to have their names mentioned. They are infamous, not famous, and they will be treated as such on this channel. We try to do that as often as possible when it comes to these kinds of terrorist events. And by all means, this was a terrorist event. This was an act of terrorism. You want to call it domestic terrorism, whatever you want to call it, it's terrorism. Now, we talked a little bit about the firearms involved. From what has been initially reported, subject to change, we know there was a handgun involved. We know that the individual had a knife on them. And the big thing was that he had a long gun, quote unquote, something that we never hear from the mainstream news media. They never mention a long gun. They always use, whenever there's a rifle present, they always call that rifle an assault weapon. No matter what model, no matter what make, no matter what type of rifle, it's always an assault weapon, a term that was created by a Democrat in California in 1984 that is as made up as you imagine it to be. There is no such thing as an assault weapon. There is no such thing as an assault rifle. Does not exist in the civilian world. That being said, I mean, if you want to talk about what actually might be an assault weapon, that would be a machine gun. And by the way, according to the ATF, in 2022, there were 783,000 machine guns in America right now. In New York State, there's over 14,000 machine guns. In New Jersey, there's over 40,000 machine guns. Every state has thousands, if not tens of thousands of machine guns in each and every state of this nation. So if you want to call that an assault weapon, fantastic. And how many times have machine guns, actual assault weapons, been used in committing a crime? 4 times. Since 1936, 4 times. That's it. So that's not really a problem. But the news media, with their bias against the Second Amendment in trying to make you as defenseless as possible, as dependent on the government as possible, they always mention a rifle as an assault weapon, but they're calling this a long gun. Why would they call it a long gun? Because it's a shotgun. That's why. And shotguns, well, they can't call that an assault weapon because it's not. It's not a rifle. And they don't really talk about them. Now, as we mentioned before we had left, shotguns account for a couple hundred deaths a year in America, and more than half of them are because of suicide. But it's almost never really used, especially in mass shootings. Only about 0.5% or so of all mass shootings are committed with a shotgun. No, almost all, 60% of all mass shootings are with a handgun. A lot of people don't know that data because the news media doesn't like to tell people that, but that is the reality. And so that's something to keep in mind. Only about 2% of mass shootings actually involve a rifle. That being said, so this guy's probably got a shotgun, what's being described, and some are saying that it's a homemade, which probably means modified shotgun. And he brought it into the White House Correspondent Dinner, the hotel that this is being, where the dinner was taking place. And the questions just start coming one after the other. Now, as I mentioned before the break, the Southern Poverty Law Center is, if you're looking at the long tail of it, the series of consequences, they are in part of the problem here, because they help to motivate this deranged, insane, evil person to commit this heinous act of terror. They were feeding and have been feeding, along with the mainstream news media and all of the left, for over 11 years, a diet every day of fear and terror. They have been fear-mongering the entire public. An entire generation have grown up with nothing but fear, terror of Donald Trump, MAGA, and Republicans, which is stupid. And there's no other way to say it. It's nonsensical. None of the fears that they have said have ever come true. Every single fear and threat and danger that they're telling you about today, they said when Donald Trump was in office as the 45th president. Black people are going to be in chains. Never happened. Black people won't be able to vote. Never stopped. Women will be barefoot and in the kitchens and pregnant. America, the birth rates are unsustainable. They've been dropping that low. That is absolutely not true. Women will never be able to have an abortion again. You can see from the numbers, that's just not true. That isn't happening. Every single fear-mongering story you have been told has been a lie or an exaggeration. Not true in any shape or form. And part of that is because of the SPLC and many other organizations just like them saying Black people have to be terrified of Republicans and Donald Trump with no evidence behind them, no credible evidence. But they will make up stories. They will pervert the truth and lie to your face because they want money and they want power. And this is the way they see to do it. And Democrats will go along with it. Why? Because it helps them to get reelected. It helps them to get campaign donations. So they're more than happy to lie about the firearm because they hate the Second Amendment. And they are more than happy to lie about how this guy got motivated to do this vile act and ignore the consequences of what happened before because they want you afraid. They want you to vote Democrat. And they're willing to force you to do that either consciously or subconsciously by taking away all other choices that you have in front of you. Some people may not like what I'm saying, but I'm not wrong. And we will go into that in some detail. Now, we'll start off with the first thing first. So, this is our shooter. Now, I know some people initially were looking at this and they wondered, and there's a couple of different photos, different angles, but you see that he's stripped down. In particular, he's completely bare-chested. And people go, oh my God, that's just racist. No, it's not. That's a stupid statement. That's literally a statement of ignorance. And you may say, but wait, he has no clothes. Because they didn't know if he had a bomb. It's just that simple. A lunatic who actually ran through, knows that there is a massive security detail in every single hallway, at every single doorway leading up to the White House Correspondent Dinner, to that ballroom. And inside the ballroom, even more security, like surrounding the entire place. There are dozens upon dozens of armed individuals every step of the way. Of course, they would think if anyone's that insane to try and attack that event, they might be crazy enough to be wearing a suicide bomb. And that is a serious and real concern. So to find out when they subdued him, the first thing you're going to do, besides removing all firearms, is to strip him down to find out if he has any kind of explosive devices on him, which would be a continuous threat both to the agents on the scene and also people throughout the entire building. So they are removing that threat. So they stripped him down. Of course they did. Anyone who tells you, well, that's racist, is an idiot. They haven't thought through. They're not thinking about the consequences. They're not thinking about the possibilities. They're looking at the picture of a black man who has no shirt on, and they're stopping right there. That's all their logic allows them to see because they have to frame it in terms of racism. That's what the SPLC has taught them. That's what people like Ibrahim Kendi have taught them with critical race theory, that it has to be about race. It's about making him like a slave. It's about demeaning him. It's about safety. That's the answer. That's the truth. So I just wanted to debunk that right off the top, right off the bat. This has nothing to do with this man being demeaned. It has everything to do with safety because this man is a lunatic and he cannot be trusted. That's why he's mostly naked. So moving from that piece, we have several bits of news here. So there's this article we see from the WCAX, White House Correspondent Dinner shooting, suspect identified. This came out last night at about 11:15 last night. And we found out that the shooter was an individual. He's 31. And where do you think he came from? California. I know some people would have said, was he from Minnesota? Because that probably would have been a close second. But no, California, the home of some of the bluer than blue, the nuttiest bluer than blue nut jobs in the entire country. The progressive capital of America, essentially. The second home of socialism in the entire country. Of course, he came from there, where we have had some of the most intense not just anti-Trump, but anti-right rhetoric in the entire nation for an entire decade. There is an entire ecosystem, political ecosystem, that has been built up in California to attack anyone and anything that is right of the center of the nation. And even if you're not, even if you're left leaning towards the center, you're considered right. That's how far left California has gone. And that's why they're failing. That's why they're in debt. That's why they have massive amounts of crime, huge populations of illegal aliens and homeless, and they're incapable of running their state properly, as we have seen over and over again, from Palisades fires to crime, the riots that they have, of literal elected officials hiring foreign gangs, MS-13, Florencia 13, hiring them to attack law enforcement doing their job, which we have covered on this channel many, many times. So that was one of the first things we found out about this man. He's black, he's in California, and he's a teacher. And that really troubles me. And I think that should trouble everyone. This guy is a teacher. And that's troublesome and terrifying on many levels. And we found out that this teacher, this was a plan. This wasn't spontaneous. It wasn't the last minute. This guy got on it. He somehow figured out how to get a shotgun, a handgun, a knife. He took it on Amtrak, went across the country, went from California to Chicago, and then down to New York. Now, I know some people have said, my God, Mike, he went from California to over to Chicago. Well, that says that this is a conspiracy. It's all about Chicago. See, it's more Democrats. And Chicago's insane. They're radical, super radical leftists in Chicago. Not necessarily. If we find out that he had a layover and he stayed in Chicago for several hours to a day or two, and then continued his trip down to New York, that's a different story. Then I would say, yeah, maybe he met up with co-conspirators in Chicago so that he could commit this crime. I would agree with you there. But as reported at this moment, it appears he had a train that was crossing America, and there's only a couple ways you can cross America. You can go the north route, which would take you into Chicago and bring you down. You can go to southern route, And that's going to bring you into Memphis and then up. Or, well, that's pretty much it, especially in terms of trains. You don't really go across the middle of America. Like with a car, you're basically either going north or you're going south, not really directly across, partially because there's mountains that you have to cross. So that's one of the big problems with that. And it's normal for the trains, like if you're on a car and also in a plane, very often if you have layovers, you're going to, or you're not going direct on a plane, you're going to go into Chicago. It's one of the biggest hubs in the entire nation, both for trucking and vehicles, as well as for airplanes. And of course, that also means Amtrak. So I don't think that was a conspiracy. Although I do think there is a conspiracy that was involved in this entire shooting, which I'm going to get to. And we also know now that as the left initially might have tried to deny it, this guy was targeting. He wasn't there for the left-leaning news media. He wasn't there for the Secret Service agents. He was there to kill Donald Trump and the Trump administration, any of the Trump aides that he could find. So this was a leftist attack. There is no two ways about that. They can't say that this was some kind of right-wing anything. This guy is straight up leftist lunatic. He is part of the left wave of violence that is consistent. And I've seen several arguments that have been made on Twitter in particular, where they're trying to say, no, and Nicole Wallace, I'll get to a video about Nicole Wallace, and she's trying to say, all the violence is right-wing violence. Lie. That is a flat-out, absolute lie. Violence is on the left. Remember, the left teach in college that when you're speaking to someone that you don't like, that you do not agree, their statements that you don't agree with are microaggressions. If someone says something that you feel bad about, that is a microaggression. And microaggressions are violence. And because that person has used violence by saying something you don't like, something you don't agree with, then you are entitled to be violent back against them. Literally, that is what is being taught in our colleges. And we've seen this stated over and over again, especially during the Summer of Love, the George Floyd riots, in case you were wondering what that meant. Yeah, they said microaggression equals violence. Therefore, I get to burn down your house. I get to burn down your business. I get to attack you as an individual because you dared say something like all lives matter. Oh my God, that's violence. They killed a woman, a mother of a 1-year-old child in Indiana just for saying all lives matter, because that was a microaggression, and that means it was violence. So they were entitled to kill her. That's how the left thinks. And that's not on the right. No one on the right supports that, never have supported that. And there is no equivalent. So when they say, oh, well, no, all the violence is on the right, only because they count the microaggression as violence, because they don't look at any of the causes. We now know, as an example, we know that the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, was in part of the coordination and organization of the Charlottesville riots or event. The conflict in Charlottesville. The SPLC was funding that. They helped to fund that. They helped to organize that for one of their informants, a paid informant. They actually helped that informant organize the event, and they paid the informant who helped to fund the event. That's now a known fact. We now know this happened. Charlottesville, the event which is constantly misreported as something that Donald Trump said, which proved his racism, supposedly, when he said both sides have good people. Yeah, he didn't say that about the white supremacists. He made a point in clarity. He was very clear in the very same paragraph, I think a sentence beforehand. He said, not the white supremacists, but everyone else, the American citizens that were peacefully protesting and counter-protesting, letting their voices be heard. Those were good people because they were doing a good thing, expressing the First Amendment. But the media loves to lie and misrepresent this because you've got to vote Democrat. You have to be afraid of the right. You have to be afraid of MAGA and Donald Trump. You have to come begging to Democrats to protect you and elect them and donate to them because the Democrats want power. And you may think, Mike, that's just so crazy, but it's true. And this lunatic is one of the results of that. This is a direct consequence of decades of this mind-numbing rot that is absolutely false. It is absolutely destructive to our nation. But we know they have gone to his computer, they have looked it through, and we know that this man, we now know from his own family, sent over minutes before that this event could happen. The family figured out, apparently, that he was about to do something insane, violent, and evil, and they turned him in. And they sent over evidence, proof, from his computer, from his files, from his social media, showing that this guy was a lunatic that was looking to kill anyone from the Democratic Party. Kind of like how when Maxine Waters was running around the nation telling black people and any Democrat to go and confront the Trump administration during the 45th presidency. And she's like, oh, when you see them outside, you see them in a store or in a restaurant, living their life, doing nothing but just being a human being, living their life. Maxine Waters, wanted you to confront them. She only stopped saying that when people confronted Nancy Pelosi outside of one of her events because she fell on the wrong side of a crowd of protesters, and they did the same thing what Maxine Waters said, but it was affecting a Democrat. So she stopped saying that, at least for a little while. This is, again, the left. These are consequences of the left and the rhetoric of the left, of the quest for power from the left, because they don't care about the consequences unless it affects them. If it affects you, it doesn't matter. We know this guy was indoctrinated by the left. And that's why he wound up committing this horror. Now, as I said, the left can't help themselves. This article, by the way, just to show it to you, this is from The Guardian. Again, left-leaning news media. Every time, almost always, I will find the left. I will go through their articles available to everyone, and I'm not cherry picking. This is what the left is saying to you. And I will show you the proof of what I'm talking about. This is from The Guardian. This was published today, this morning, from The Guardian. The Guardian view on Trump and the Washington shooting, political violence, and gun culture in America endanger everyone. So a bunch of Brits who have not had the right to defend themselves since the 1500s. Yes, guns are old, very old. There were guns in the 1500s. Since the 1500s, the British people were denied the access to a firearm. Their government said, you don't have a right to defend yourself, especially not with that kind of firearm. And so these Brits who do not understand gun culture, because they don't have a gun culture, and all they know is the movies and what they are taught by leftist academics that come over to their country to misinform their people. And they're looking at this and they say, well, it's the political violence. Look at the streets of England right now. Look at the streets of London right now. There are riots in city after city with people running around with machetes, killing each other, chopping each other up. What about that political violence? Is it any different? Oh, well, in America, you use a gun. Yeah, but you guys use machetes. And it's still political violence. The problem isn't the machete. The problem isn't the firearm. It's the person. It's that political ideology that has fueled this hate that resulted in this consequence. But they don't want to look at what caused this. They don't want to look at the causes, because if they look at the causes, it points directly at the left, at statements like microaggression equals violence, therefore you get to commit physical violence. They don't want to think about that. They don't want to have blame. They don't want to be accountable, but they want the power. They want the power over you so that you can be silenced, just like they are in England, where they can't say certain words. They can't express certain ideas because they will be arrested. That's not true in America. So when the Brits are having this editorial and they're trying to tell Americans about our politics and our gun culture, I have to say to the Guardian and to the British government, screw you, shut up, you know nothing about what you're talking. This is not something that you have any concept or understanding of, so shut the hell up, because you're not doing any better. Your example is actually even worse. So shut the hell up and stay out of it. But in this editorial, these are the guys who approve the various articles you see. They have their political bias built in so that no matter what a reporter may say, they're going to throw in their 2 cents. That's what editors are there to do, to shape and sometimes completely change the actual content of whatever is being written. And anyone in the news media will tell you, yes, the editor will change almost anything and everything that you write to push a message and an agenda. If you think that doesn't happen, you've never worked in the news industry. You've never had an editor, because it happens every day. I know many colleagues throughout the news industry, Central New York, in other states, in other countries. I hear this all the time. It is a fact. It is not a question. It is not a guess. It is an absolute fact that this happens on a regular basis, especially when it comes to things like gun control or talking about politics, where and almost invariably, there is a lean to the left every single time. In this article from editors who should know better, they have this statement, quote, "Most Americans believe that harsh and violent language in politics contributes to a lot of violent actions. That's the microaggressions equals violence equals your physical violence. That is a leftist idea. That is from the academia, from colleges. The American people don't think that, but colleges do. And colleges have graduates that go into the workplace and into news media and into education, and they push that message in every format. And that's why England, looking at our movies, looking at our TV shows, our news articles, and the news media, come up with a leftist spin that they attribute to everyone in America, when it is a minority of Americans that actually believe this stupid crap. Let me go on. So, violent language in politics contributes a lot to violent actions, which is just stupid. Says the nonpartisan Public Religion Research Institute. Just because they say they're nonpartisan doesn't mean they are nonpartisan. Going on, the president should set the tone for civility. Well, that's been something we haven't seen in American politics in a long, long time. Instead, Mr. Trump has encouraged polarization. The polarization existed before Donald Trump. Look at the Obama administration. Look at the Clinton administration. We've seen polarization every time the left gets in power. Things become more polarized. Not to say that the right brings down the temperature. They just keep it at the same level. because the right, when you had Bush, when you had Reagan and Bush, G.W. Bush, we didn't believe in raising up the temperature. We didn't tell people microaggressions equal violence, therefore you get to be violent. The right never said that. The left does. It's part of their mantra. The right doesn't go out and have protests that wind up burning down cities. The left does. Invariably, when the left has a protest, there is vandalism, there is violence, there is arson, sometimes murder. Invariably. You don't see that on the right. So very different ideologies at play here. So it isn't Trump's job to de-escalate what the left in the media, in news media, in social media, in entertainment, what they are escalating every time someone on the right gets power, they escalate. Every single time. Let's go on. Trump has encouraged polarization, which I disagree with. Used dehumanizing rhetoric. That is an opinion. That is a personal opinion. That is not a fact. Going on. And failed to denounce violence by the right. That is a blatant, empirical lie. It is factually incorrect to make that statement. And the editors of The Guardian know this. But they know their audience believes whatever the newspaper says. The left love titles. They love authority. They love organizations. If you have a big, huge title, you must be important. Therefore, they must listen to you. That's why you always hear the left. The leftists always love to tell you what their title is. They're a doctor of this or that they are the director of this or that. There's the executive of something or other, president, vice president. They love to throw their titles around because, according to the left, that gives them power. It doesn't, but they believe that power, therefore it exists. They go on to say, following the white supremacist violence in Charlottesville, which we now know was organized and funded in part by the SPLC, in which an anti-racism protester was murdered. That's true. First thing they said that's actually true in this entire paragraph. He spoke of, quote, very fine people on both sides, end quote. This has been debunked even by the left for years. Almost instantly from the moment the left made this lie the first time. It is not true. It did not say that. They take it out of context. They are warping. This is a blatant lie. This is The Guardian polarizing the public for a left-leaning view. This is partisanship up and down from the editors of The Guardian, where people are expecting to get an impartial, honest opinion, and they are blatantly lying to the public to push a political agenda because they don't like Donald Trump. And I'm not saying you have to like Donald Trump, but to lie about facts that have been debunked for years is astounding to me. The Guardian is considered a credible international news agency. Their editors know this is a lie, and they said it anyway. Because the goal isn't to tell the truth. The goal is to radicalize and indoctrinate as much of the public as they can. And they are assuming because they have the title The Guardian and I am with no sound bites allowed, you won't believe me and you'll believe them. Look it up for yourself. It has been debunked. They are lying to you. They go on to say, he declared that his love for the January 6th sedition, it wasn't a sedition. It wasn't a takeover of the government. Again, the left wants to push a lie. They say there's a conspiracy that they have yet to prove. Democrats have investigated this over and over again, spending millions of dollars with the federal government and privately, and there is no conspiracy. There was no attempt to take over the government. There is no evidence of this. There is a feeling, and the left can't prove it because it doesn't exist. Going on. Love for the January 6th seditionists. Even when under pressure, he finally suggested that supporters go home. Lie. The president did come out very eloquently and made several statements on January 6th, telling people to calm down and to go home. Many of them. Not all of them got the media attention that he wanted, but he did make the attempts. And he was very clear about that. Again, they are lying. 5 people died. Not that day. This is a lie of implication. Correction. 5 people died, which is true. None of them were police officers. None of them were on the left. They were civilians that were killed by the police, Capitol Police, and under highly suspect and questionable circumstances at that. One woman in particular was beaten to death while she was unconscious on the ground, being beaten with a club by one of the Capitol Police officers. There's video of that. That was reported by The Guardian and other news media. Oh, she had an overdose and she just died from an overdose. No, she died because she was being clubbed to death by Capitol Police officers. Video exists of this. I am completely correct. And if I wasn't, YouTube would end the channel right now and they would sue me and delete my channel. Except it's true. The video exists. There's also Ashley Babbitt, which the full 7-minute video that was available to the public, that was clipped down to 1.5 minutes, that was being shown on places like CBS, the full 7-minute video that is available to the public shows the Capitol Police had complete control of the room which Ashley Babbitt was in. Then they left for no reason whatsoever. They just walked away. The room became agitated. Then Ashley Babbitt was targeted and killed. Then Capitol Police returned into the room. They were on the stairs in that room waiting for someone to be shot. It was literally 7 seconds after Ashley Babbitt got shot that the police, now in body armor, came up the stairs and into the room. It was a setup. Again, the video exists, unedited, actual at the time, verified video of the event. You've seen 1.5 minutes out of the 7 minutes of what happened that day, because you're supposed to be afraid of the right. You're supposed to be fearful and pray that Democrats will protect you. And that's not what happened. And we know, by the way, that the entire event, in part, is the fault of Nancy Pelosi, as she said in her limousine as she was leaving the event. She was in charge of the National Guard, and she didn't send them in, and she regretted not sending in the National Guard at the beginning, as she could have done to gain control. She made that choice. She made the National Guard stand down in the city and not over by the White House, the Capitol. That was her choice, not Donald Trump, no one else. She was in charge, and we have video of that too. So the Guardian's lying to you at every step of the way. This is to justify why, and they're saying all of these lies, these provable, absolute facts, they're lying about them so that they can get sympathy for the California teacher who decided to try and murder a room full of journalists and Trump administration officials, including Donald Trump. They're trying to justify terrorism. They're trying to make sympathetic the left and its desire for violence and to have control by all means. Going on, they say the shooting also demonstrates once more the calamitous effect of gun culture. What the hell are they talking about? The calamitous. There are 450 million firearms in America. There are 783,000 machine guns in America. There are people who own tanks that own F-15s at this moment in America. Flamethrowers, rocket launchers by the thousands, if not tens of thousands. There are, again, 450 million firearms in American hands at this moment. Well over 5 million AR-15s, which are some of the spooky assault rifles that you hear about all the time. There's not a mass murder. This isn't some kind of calamitous effect. The guns aren't making people get up all of a sudden and shoot, because if they did, the 170 million people who own firearms would have wiped out the other 160 million Americans already. It's not real. They're lying to you. It is completely false. And they have an agenda. And that's why they're making these lies to you, to make you sympathize with the left and justify this act of terror because they don't like Donald Trump. They have TDS. It is that simple. I see him.
He wants to go outside.
Mm-hmm. So you think that's bad. And that's from England. So that's the English view of this. I want to show you something that's a little bit different.
Say
Now,
that if
this is from Nicole Wallace on MSNBC or MS Now. And I want you to hear what she has to say here. This is a very short clip. I couldn't find the full clip. Didn't have a lot of time. I want to show you this. Listen to what she has to say. Matter of fact, let me make sure I can. There we go.
the permission structure for violence, you've got polls about political violence. Democrats don't think it's a good idea. Only Republicans.
Only Republicans think violence, political violence is good. That's a pretty bold statement. Let's see.
Only people inclined to consume conservative media are now, I think, upward of 50% say that if necessary, violence is okay.
50% of conservatives say that political violence is okay if necessary. I don't know where she gets this data from. That poll doesn't exist. She just made this up. Nicole Wallace lied to you on national TV to push a political agenda. This is how deep it is. These are the consequences of the left trying to cover up their causality in these terror attacks. They're trying to make it seem like they're the good guys. They're innocent. And Nicole Wallace is doing this. She is a bald-faced liar. And I will show you. Let's see. Here's from Harvard. The Harvard Crimson reporting on a Harvard poll. 40% of young Americans say political violence is acceptable in certain circumstances. This is the closest you can get to finding what Nicole Wallace just said, saying that there was 50%, and she said it was conservatives. This is a lie. This is an absolute lie. Let me show you why. Because, here is the actual poll. This is the actual Harvard poll. And I've actually got it down to this question. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I avoid talking about politics because I worry about how others would react. 54% of Republicans are afraid of how everyone else around them, how the left are going to react to them being Republicans. People often make me feel judged when I share my political views. 48% of Republicans have the fear to share their views because of how they're going to be treated by the left. The persecution, according to Harvard, is against Republicans and the right, not the left. But what do according to Harvard, what is the where is it? I have it here. Where is it? Oh God, I have it. I lost it. I know I have it here. Nope, that's not it. Relapse states. There it is. A strong majority of young Americans reject political violence, but some see it as acceptable under certain circumstances. Okay. So, under what circumstances, if any, do you think political violence would be acceptable today in America? 56%. 56%, according to Harvard. There isn't one. Political violence is not acceptable. When the government violates individual rights, you might be able to say that's on the right, but the left says that too. The left makes that very same statement. So left and right extremists use, well, the government is violating my individual rights. That's 28%. You can call that 14% either way. It's not 56%. It's not just the right. When election outcomes are fraudulent, 12%. Let's give that, even though this was said in 2025, let's say that could be only on the right, even though the left make the same claim. You ever ask Stacey Abrams if someone cheated on her, if the right stole hers, or Jasmine Crockett this year saying the right somehow stole her Democratic primary away from her? Ask Anthony Brindisi, a former congressman of the New York 22nd District, about his race. He publicly said that it was being stolen from him. But okay, let's say that's the right. 12%. That's not 50%. When someone else encourages violence, 11%. That's a troubling statement, by the way. But fine. Someone told you to do it, so they do it. That should terrify you. When someone promotes extremist beliefs, that could be both left and right. When peaceful protests fail to accomplish their goals, peaceful protests, like in Minnesota, like across this country during the George Floyd riots, that's the left. The right doesn't protest like the left does. The left is constantly protesting. The right doesn't. The right has rallies, true enough, and they do not break out into violence. The left does. This is a question for leftists. That's 10% who believe violence is okay. But wait a minute. Maybe it's a different poll she's talking about. Fantastic. So here's the other poll, and this is a YouGov poll. What Americans really think about political violence. So I've shown you what Harvard had to say. Most Americans across the political spectrum say political violence is never justified, but younger and more liberal Americans are more likely to disagree. In the red, yes, violence can be sometimes justified. The red is saying political violence is okay. Who says that? Let's take a look. And the answer is, the answer is going to be 25% of liberals. This is from YouGov. If you're very liberal, you believe violence is okay, 25% of them. Another 17% on top of that who identify as liberal, which would be progressives and socialists. Another 17% said, yep, it's okay, political violence, great. Those two alone come out to 42%. That's the left. On the right, looking at conservatives and very conservative, you have 9% of conservatives versus 42% of the left. But Nicole Wallace just told you, no, but conservatives, they're violent. They're super violent. Oh my God, they're so incredibly violent. How can that be? She lied to your face. And she did it on MS Now. She lied to your face and told you something that was factually incorrect, just like we see with The Guardian, because they have to protect the left. And this guy is being justified. His attack at the White House Correspondent Dinner is being justified and being supported. They're protecting themselves. They're lying to your face. Oh my God, it's Donald Trump's fault. No, it's not. It's Republicans' fault. No, it's not. One, he made his own choice, but surrounding that choice he made, he was led on a path that only went one way, and that was by the left. And they absolutely wanted him to be violent. They just don't want to be blamed for it. They don't want to be called out for having caused it. And they are willing to lie and manipulate polls, facts, the truth, just to get that agenda, so that they are blameless and you can't hold them accountable. And they will have you afraid. And I'm showing you the evidence of that. Yeah, no. Just walk away from him. He'll be fine.
No, he keeps coming in there. That's what I'm saying.
Close the door. He'll be fine. He'll go. It's going to be right there.
He has to go to the bathroom.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Right now. He has to go to the bathroom.
So, looking at that, and when I say that the left, they don't care. This is from Don Winslow. Just in case you thought, Mike, you have no examples of that. This is Don Winslow. Who's Don Winslow? He is a #1 best-selling author of 3 New York Times Critic Choice Best Books. There you go. And Don says, rooting against Donald Trump does not mean you're rooting against America. That statement is true. It means you're fighting evil. Now he's inciting violence. Now he's Donald Trump. Oh, no. It doesn't mean you're against America. You're just against evil. Donald Trump is evil. Republicans, MAGA, are evil. He is justifying the violence. He goes on to say Donald Trump is evil because his policies are evil. That's not true. His crimes are evil. What crimes? He doesn't have any. His wars are evil. That's a point of view and very subjective and very debatable. His global point of view is evil. He doesn't like the way Donald Trump even thinks. His hate is evil. What hate? That's his view. 254,000 people are watching this and agreeing with it. That should scare you. That should scare you a lot. And he's not alone. Joe Walsh also had a similar kind of stupid statement, who also was saying, and justifying violence. It kind of scares me. And again, let's go back to this guy, Cole, to the shooter. How did he get the gun in the building? I personally have covered four separate events, presidential events. I've covered Donald Trump in Utica. I've covered him at CPAC twice, and I covered him in the Bronx. 4 separate times I have gone and covered presidential events as members of the press and also as a member of the public. I am absolutely familiar with the security that is involved in these locations each and every time. It's airtight. Every time I have been involved, where I've been at an event, airtight security, every single time. I know for a fact, like in CPAC, the days before, there are Secret Service agents, plainclothes individuals that are walking around the entire building, maintaining the security, and they know the entire layout of the entire event. Every exit, every entrance, everybody that's around. They're constantly surveilling it. I can tell you that for a fact. I can tell you for a fact that at CPAC, before President Trump came out to speak, and also with Mike Pence, they literally had everybody go through. You had to be inspected. You had to be inspected to go through a metal detector. And I know for a fact that I almost didn't make it through because some of my camera equipment, the handle for the camera equipment I had for recording, they weren't familiar with it. They didn't like it. And they were going to expel me from the event to prevent me from covering it as a member of the press because they didn't like the handle for one of my cameras. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. They checked every one of my cameras, the batteries. They checked all of my bags, all my equipment bags. And that was 8 hours before Donald Trump got in. The line was an hour and a half long to get into the event because of all of the security. That's a fact. And I've seen the security over and over again at every one of the venues and locations that I was at. So, how did this guy get that gun into the building? It makes no sense unless he had help. People are saying, well, he got into the building a couple of days beforehand. And the White House Secret Service, they would sweep the building room by room everywhere in the entire building to look for explosives and firearms and anything else that could be hidden. He couldn't have hidden it beforehand. They swept the building constantly, at least a day before he ever showed up. That is the standard procedure. He would never have been able to get that. He could have got the firearm maybe in, if he was in 3-4 a week beforehand, maybe he'd be there with a firearm. How would he get it down to the building? They are constantly sweeping that location. Somebody's getting fired. The Secret Service did a piss poor job. They didn't get Donald Trump out of the room fast enough. They didn't react cohesively enough. And this guy got through way too easy. And he should have never had the gun in there in the first place. I get, once he started running, okay, you're shocked, you're surprised. He get through the first layer of people. Yeah, because he was already at full speed by the time they noticed him. And then he hit the second layer, which stopped him. Now, people are saying, well, he didn't get shot. I don't know how they stopped him. I can't speak to that. But I can speak to the fact, this guy, I can't believe he did it by himself. I can't. And I have to also ask the question, as I did in my short video last night. This guy's a teacher. What was he teaching students? What was he teaching his students? How many students were radicalized? This is very much like what we saw at Cornell University, where one of the professors there radicalized one of his own students so much that that student declared himself a member of ISIS and was persecuting other Cornell students. This is a fact. We found out this was during October, October 8th and 10th of 2023, after Hamas decided to commit a massive act of terror, killing 1,200 people, including 34 Americans, and taking 22 Americans hostage that they would later kill 17 more of them. I don't forget. I do not forget. But the media wants you to forget. I won't. So yeah, we see this. This is from the left. You don't have an equivalent from the right. There is no equivalent from the right on any of these things. I do not believe this guy was acting on his own. And I do not think the Secret Service did a good job. Okay. Let me start wrapping up here. Because I'm upset about this. I really am. But I think we've covered it pretty well. Now, we do have another comment. And I want to thank Joel for this comment. Joel says, the misinformation crowd are calling this another staged Trump assassination attempt. Of course they are, because they're trying to remove all accountability from the left. This time to get his ballroom built. Well, Donald Trump isn't wrong when he says if the White House had a ballroom, it would be more secure and it would be almost impossible for something like this to happen. He's not wrong. But at the same time, I don't believe this was staged. I do not agree with that. I do not. It's not like we don't know this guy. We know that he was a teacher. We know where he lived in Torrance, California. We know where he got his degrees. It's not like he was some paid agent. This wasn't a sleeper cell. These are confirmed things. His own family turned him in. This isn't some kind of setup there. People are believing this very illogical story. It makes no sense, but the left has to sell this because they want to absolve themselves, but they still want you to be afraid and they want you to vote Democrat in 2026. That's the goal. Now, let me resolve all of this. We are in a troubling time in America. Thank you, Joel, for the comment, by the way. We're in a troubling time, and I'm taking the time to walk through all of these things with each and every one of you to discuss this because we need to discuss these issues. And it's not as simple as this one thing happened. It's completely isolated. It's not. I think I've made that very clear. It's not isolated. These are consequences, and most of them are consequences of leftist ideology, and that consequence is consistently bad. It has been hurting America, weakening America, causing problems over and over again. You don't have to like Donald Trump. I never said you had to. I would never suggest that. You can hate him all you want. That has nothing to do with his policies and his actions. They're separate. Whether you like him or not, is he being effective and efficient? I think he is. Does that justify someone trying to kill him and other people standing around him just because he exists? No. Are the media lying to your face? I showed you Nicole Wallace. I showed you The Guardian. They'll lie to your face. They will lie to your face because the agenda, the political power, is more important than you. Think about that. The next time you go out to vote, when you vote, whether it's for a primary or it's for the election in 2026, think about that. Understand that they are trying their damnedest to lead you down the road that only leads to them, their partisan viewpoint, having more power. They don't give a damn about you. You are a means to an end, and that end is your enslavement, economically and mentally. People may disagree with me. That's fine. I think this is the truth. I don't know how you can get to another conclusion other than what I've said. But with that said, we're going to end the show. I want to thank everyone for taking some time out of your day to be here with me. Whether you are watching for 5 minutes or you've been here for over 4.5 hours with me, I appreciate each and every one of you. I thank you for taking the time to be here. I want you to know we've been doing this 9 years. Just this program alone, 9 years. We have over 3,000 videos that we have done. I've written 2,300 articles over 20 years. I'm not giving up on you guys. I'm trying to make sure America is the best it could possibly be. And I hope you will help me by just clicking on the subscribe button. Help us get to 5,000 subscribers. It makes all the difference. If you want and you have the capability, consider joining our Patreon. It's just $1.50 per month. That's it. But it helps immensely to pay the bills and to get everything done, to go to the various events that I go to, and to take care of my dog, which you may or may not hear in the background, who's waiting for me right now. I thank everyone. I look forward to you all. If you have any questions, any comments, please leave it in the comments. I will respond. I do read them. But until the next time, folks, I thank you. I want you to be well, and I will talk to you again very soon. In fact, on Monday at 7 p.m., I'll be on with the Monday roundtable with Charles Guaria and Joe Hanush and probably Joe Navarro. I'll talk to you again very, very soon, folks.